Hello everyone, please be seated, and before we start the seminar, please switch off your mobile phones or put them on silent mode. And everyone, please make sure that you have registered. We have some raffle draws will be done after each session, so we'll congratulate the lucky winner inshallah afterwards. Partners and sponsors of Wetex 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I am pleased to welcome you all to the first day of the seminars, which will be full of innovation discussions and ideas on the sideline of Wetex 2023. Wetex has taken a leading position among specialized global events and has earned the reputation of being one of the most important exhibitions on water, energy, environment, and sustainability in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, we will start with our first session for today with Mr. Bart Boesmans from Aqua Power on clean energy, green hydrogen, and energy efficiency, sustainability, and conservation. Please welcome him on the podium. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Pleasure to be here. Really glad to see all of you eager and willing to kick off the seminars today for Wetex. It's not the first time we're here with Aqua Power. We're proud to be here almost year after year. We believe it's a very important event for the organizers, for the participants, for the sponsors, for the industry as a whole, because we do have a lot of common objectives, we do have a lot of common challenges, and we all benefit and learn from exchanging information, and that's what Wetex is all about. So I will talk about many subjects, but mainly about sustainability, and sustainability is, I think, the common element in everything we try to do: sustainable energy supply, sustainable water supply, facing the challenges of the planet and the people and the populations we work for. And if I go back a little bit in time, if you allow me, 25 years ago, almost 25 years ago, when I did my first renewable energy projects, the question was not about sustainability. The real question was reliability. Is this going to work? Not reliability in the sense of today, reliability of supply and intermittency, but simply, is it going to work? Isn't it going to disturb the grid? Can we allow these new technologies? And very quickly, the industry proved, and technology development was there, and the industry proved, yes, this is reliable technology. And then the question shifted to, is this affordable? Can we do it at an acceptable cost? Isn't it going to increase the overall cost of supplying energy and water too much? And very quickly, the industry proved that, yes, you can do it at competitive cost, at least at good locations. So now the real question is, how fast can we go to net zero, basically? What is the reasonable way? What is the good way to realize this energy transition? Now it's about real sustainability. In the past, you would have technologies or solutions that would be reliable and affordable. You would have solutions which were clean and affordable. You would have solutions which were clean and reliable. But having all three together was a bit difficult. And we were really struggling and pushing technology and projects forward in order to reach where we are today, where we really have possibilities to do both. The overlap between the three has become a reality. Now we can deliver clean solutions in a reliable way and in an affordable way, in such a way that the overall system cost is not increasing. And that is thanks to technology development, technology progress, and also deployment at scale, where you maximize all the benefits of a supply chain, a growing supply chain. And that's basically the same story of increasing focus on sustainability, is also the story of Aqua Power as a company. Aqua Power started less than 20 years ago in water desalination, with the sole focus on delivering reliable and affordable water supply. Focus was really on affordability, driving down tariff, making desalinated water more affordable. And This was realized through introducing new technologies, basically. New technologies which lower the energy consumption, and lowering the energy consumption not that much because of energy, but really to drive down the cost. And by having project after project with lower tariffs, we basically make desalinated water more affordable where it matters most. And from water, from reliable and affordable water desalination, introducing new technologies. We were the first to deploy it at large scale, membrane-based technology and desalination, maximizing the scale of the project, optimizing the entire supply chain, really seeking the kind of optimizations project after project. We ventured almost naturally into energy because at the time water and energy projects were much of the same, were connected, combined. And we soon started to find out that in energy, and especially in renewable energy, you can do exactly the same. You can do exactly the same because of this fast technology development, by deploying at scale new technologies in the field. You drive down the cost, you keep reliability high, and you provide clean energy, thereby contributing to a sustainability agenda. So we've been successful in deploying many first-of-a-kind, largest of the world record projects in renewable energy as well, always with the same mindset, focusing on affordability, focusing on reliability, and focusing almost automatically on reducing the environmental impact. So sustainability, the energy transition, was a natural consequence of what we had started doing in water, and that's also why we appreciate the setup of Wetex. The water issues and the energy issues, they are connected. If you look at the sheer quantity of energy which is still needed, despite the enormous progress in water desalination, power consumption, the sheer quantities of energy still needed. Globally, it's still 1% of total primary energy consumption goes to water desalination at the global scale, and most of it is in this region. So it is important to combine both, and the efficiency, the power consumption efficiency of water desalination remains a critical element in our view of an overall sustainable energy approach. You will know, many of you have been involved, less than 20 years ago you would typically require 15 to 20 kilowatt hours for 1 cubic meter of water. Today we're well below 3 on the most recent projects, so that's impressive progress, which was only possible thanks to daring to switch to new technologies, continuously improving these technologies, increasing scale, deploying at scale, and maximizing, optimizing in a very strong way the entire supply chain. So that's the way and then after position in water, position in renewable energy, the logical next step was actually going into green hydrogen. So today, ACWA Power is a company active in water, and I'll give you some examples in clean energy, gas-fired power plants and renewable energy plants, all technologies, and green hydrogen. Why is green hydrogen the natural extension? For the very simple reason that if you look at the cost of green hydrogen, half of it is actually the cost of the renewable energy going into the electrolyzers. Half of the cost is actually what you pay for the electricity. If we build a large green hydrogen plant, half of the capex, actually a little bit more than half of the capex, goes to the wind turbines, the solar modules, the batteries. So if we're good in optimizing renewable energy projects, we should also be good in delivering affordable, competitive green hydrogen. And by the way, the region, the Middle East, is blessed by having the possibility of going very low at the global scale in renewable energy cost, and that is why the potential for green hydrogen is so important for this region. So today, ACWA Power is a company with more than 50 gigawatt installed power capacity, more than 7 million cubic meters per day of water desalination capacity, the largest green hydrogen project in execution in the world. And we don't often talk about it, but it's becoming increasingly important. Very large-scale battery energy storage projects. In the Red Sea region in Saudi Arabia, we're deploying 1,200 megawatt hour battery project combined with solar PV, 300 megawatt solar PV, not connected to the main grid, to power touristic development in the Red Sea. Some people call it a microgrid. I don't think you can call something which is 300 megawatt, 1,200 megawatt hours, a microgrid, but it has the same principles. We realize all the grid functions, grid stability, even without being connected to the main grid with all the large power plants. We're in 12 countries and expanding, $80 billion of assets under management. That's what the company has become in about 18 years. So let me talk a little bit about some of the projects, and some of those projects we're proud to do in partnership with DEWA here in Dubai, and I will also talk about those. These are more than projects, ladies and gentlemen. These are landmarks, and that's why I'm proud but also happy to share them. With the projects we're showing here, we're actually showing something which many people didn't believe possible. There are many people talking about things, but here, especially in this region, and with the right partnerships, we can show to the world that if you really have the right vision, if you really believe in it, and if you really put your mind to it, you can make it happen. The NEOM Green Hydrogen Project, which is in the northwest of Saudi Arabia, which is realized by a joint venture between ourselves, Aqua Power, NEOM, and Air Products, American company Air Products, is by all means the only very large-scale green hydrogen project, 2,200 megawatts of electrolyzers, 4,000 megawatts of renewable energy feeding into it. It's the only project at this scale which is in execution today. There's no other one. We reached financial close earlier this year. Construction works are ongoing. The wind turbines are arriving on site right now. Foundations are being built. Electrolyzers are being manufactured. All the other equipment is being manufactured. So this is a project in execution. It's not like many of the other projects which are being announced left and right, which is also important, but somebody has to show the way, and this is what is being done with this green hydrogen project. Green hydrogen, I would also like to emphasize here. We talk a lot about water, we talk a lot about electricity, and electricity is critically important in the entire energy transition. And you will know that electrification contributes to the net zero ambition. The more you electrify, the more you can usually benefit from energy efficiency, or electrification in itself, globally, not necessarily in every place, is actually a contributor to energy efficiency, and therefore also a contributor to the energy transition or net zero objectives. But it's not sufficient. It's very clear that there are hard-to-abate sectors, that there are uses of energy and hydrogen in industry, maybe also transport, some other sectors, where by electrification alone, we will never be able to make it. We need molecules. We need clean fuels derived from green or clean hydrogen to also fully abate the carbon emissions in those sectors for which electrification is not an option. We're talking about steel making, we're talking about ammonia for fertilizers, today 80 million tons a year of hydrogen are being used in industry, already today. It's actually a significant contributor to global CO2 emissions. Today, this is made from natural gas and coal, basically. By switching to green or clean, low carbon hydrogen, preferably green, you can really have an impact on global carbon emission reductions. That is what is possible with these projects, and that is what is possible in a competitive way, in an economically sound way, without requiring subsidies or anything. Another landmark project, which I'm happy to share, is actually done in partnership with DEWA. And the partnerships, let me talk, these projects, I present these projects as if Aquapower is building them. Yes, we are the driving force, we were the developer, we have, but you never do these projects alone, you know very well. There are partnerships with off-takers, DEWA is co-investing, it's working together with us. There are partnerships with the supply chain, there are EPC contractors. These projects are only successful if you put everything together. So collaboration and partnership is really a critical element in delivering these projects at scale. Noor Energy, here in Dubai, as part of a larger development focused on solar PV and solar CSP, actually leading in the world. It's the most impressive, the most ambitious solar development in the world and should really be seen as an example. It also has the largest CSP plant, concentrated solar power. And actually a combination of two technologies, tower and parabolic trough. Parabolic trough a little bit more mature as a technology, the tower a little bit newer as a technology, but higher efficiency. We're very close, and in the next few weeks, the entire plant will likely be inaugurated. And this project has the incredible benefit that is dispatchable renewable energy. One of the issues with the very low-cost PV, solar photovoltaics, as you may know, is that you have solar energy during a part of the day and not necessarily when you would need it most. So CSP is actually very, very complementary to solar photovoltaics because solar concentrated solar power, CSP, has embedded storage. So we can optimize either 4 hours or 6 hours or 8 hours of storage, you name it, in such a way that you can turn the plant into a 24/7 plant. It is dispatchable like any other power plants, and those who are responsible for operating a grid will appreciate how important it is to have not only the renewable resources which you cannot dispatch, but also dispatchable resources to make sure that at all points we can keep the grid stable and meet the demand. It's a beautiful project in itself, and I can only encourage everyone who has not yet had the possibility to visit it is profit from the first opportunity to go and have a look at it, only 1 hour from here. And then coming back to desalination and two projects I would like to mention briefly. Taweelah in Abu Dhabi. When we signed it, the largest seawater reverse osmosis plant in the world. It was also a record breaker in terms of specific power consumption. It has renewable energy integrated in the plant. Part of the power needed for desalination is actually generated by solar power on the plant, and it's something we are pushing and will be pushing to reduce basically the power needed from the grid. And the one on which we're really proud, we were happy to sign with DEWA a few weeks ago. Another landmark project, it really is a landmark, desalination plant at the Hassian site here in Dubai. The first IWP project for DEWA. And you and us we managed to set a new world record in terms of tariff, lowest tariff ever for a desalination plant in these water conditions. So our teams are working day and night right now to make it happen and go through all the other steps. Next milestone is financial close. In the meantime, the EPCs and the supply and the technology suppliers are already working on the design, and we're also confident to deliver this project as expected. So I hope you appreciate that in this, there's a lot of innovation behind it. There's a lot of pushing the boundaries. The landmark projects, and I repeat it, they are important beyond the importance of the project itself. Project itself is okay. You need power, you need water, you deliver it at a certain tariff, fine. You meet the need. But this is much more. Because of the ambitious tariff, because of the ambitious size, because of doing things which have not been done before, we're actually influencing the entire industry. We're showing the industry what is possible. We're setting a new target, not only for ourselves, but for the entire industry. And that is one of the reasons why progress has been so fast in sustainable energy, sustainable water. It's one of the things we really need to continue to keep. We're doing the same for wind with Jamal, which is currently in construction, largest wind farm in Central Asia. We're doing the same with large PV projects in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. The Red Sea project, I mentioned it early in the introduction, combining batteries and solar PV is like more than solving the need for cheap power. It is actually making sure that you get the power at any time in the day where you can need it. So, in a way, and together with partners, I may need some help in advancing the slides, or I'll have to talk through this slide much longer. If anybody could help, I'll be obliged. With all this, we have reached like, it's coming. It's okay, Sharzi, it's okay. With all this, we have achieved like a global leadership position as a company with our partners, but also I believe we should all be aware that this region has a global role in the energy transition and bringing sustainable energy and water. Why? Water, of course, because we were the first to have the need, but not the last. And we're in a position where collectively, with the experience that has been built here, we can actually bring sustainable water solutions to other countries who have the same needs or will have increasing needs. And this is what is happening today. We're active in projects from Morocco, Senegal, to Azerbaijan, Kazakhstan, even China. Same is true for renewables. What has been possible here, what is still possible here, is really an example. There is actually, in my belief, there is no other region in the world, maybe with the exception of China, maybe together with China, where the energy transition is happening at the pace it is happening here. Many others may be talking about it, we're doing it. But we also are doing it because we benefit from having the best renewable energy potential in the world. We still have quite some land space available. We have the best financing conditions in the world. We have the people to make it happen, the contractors, the experts, everything is here. And in that way, the region and all the players in the region not only contribute to their own decarbonization objectives, we actually bring decarbonization to the rest of the world, especially when we start exporting green hydrogen and when we start maybe one day exporting green electricity through cables. In all this, technology and technology progress is a driving force. Where we are today would not have been possible without technology progress. So Aqua Power and all players in the same business, we have an obligation to continue to anticipate technology progress. We wouldn't be able to do what we do at large scale if we are not also working a few years ahead, the new technologies, what is coming. And we do this as a company. We don't do this in a secret research lab where only Aqua Power people are allowed. All our research projects are open projects, open innovation, working either with university R&D centers, working with a lot of technology startups from all across the world, China to the US, working with large original equipment manufacturers, Schneider, Siemens, you name it, Huawei, you name it, in order to bring the technologies from the laboratory to the field. And that is really where the industry has a responsibility to take. It's not only for our own interest, that is really what needs to happen if we want to succeed the energy transition in a timely way. The many technologies which are available in the lab, some people say all the technologies for the energy transition still need to be invented. Not true. 80% is available, maybe even more. What is challenging is bringing it to the lab, is bringing it to the field. And that is where all of the collaborative research efforts actually have a very big role to play. So let me summarize and also shed a bit of light on where does this take us. Technology innovation, important driver. Real partnership, important driver. And I want to thank again DEWA for the very constructive partnership we have here. You know, we always say a partner is not the one you sign a contract with. A partner is the one you solve problems with. And you do have problems when you deploy projects of this type. Real partnership is being able to solve them, and that's what we do every day with our trusted partners. And the third element, which makes it all possible, is people. People who are passionate about this. It's a beautiful mission, what we're doing, bringing sustainable energy and water to the world, more and more to the world. It's not only for our own countries anymore. It's about people, really, to make it happen. We are on a trajectory to triple the capacity of the company by 2030 by going into 6 different regions. So 3 times as big as we are today, which means that we will be recruiting like 5,000 people in the next 5 years. Talent. And talent is, if there is one constraint that could, in a negative way, influence the capability of the entire industry to realize the energy transition, it's access to talent. For companies like Aqua Power, for the operators, for the EPCs, everywhere. And we need to do a collective effort to really succeed in convincing the best talents to join this beautiful mission. Please allow me to add one additional thought. A lot of what has been realized due to good and sound competition between players. I think we have to admit that the tariffs would not have been as low as they are now if there would not be competition. So we compete in a sound way. We're actually quite good in competing and we like it. But at the same time, we also have to realize that with all the competitors, we also have common goals. We have the common goal of realizing this sustainable energy and water supply. And the best example of what is possible when competitors also realize they have a common goal, you can see at one of our pilot projects, also here in Dubai, where we're testing robotic cleaning systems for photovoltaic systems. 7 leading manufacturers are using the same pilot. They're sitting together with their technology. Their experts are sitting together in the same room. We have convinced them to do so. Yes, they are competing. Yes, they're a bit scared of the competition, but they see that what is needed is so huge that there's actually a common interest, and that is what we should be doing much more going forward. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to share the thoughts.
Thank you, Mr. Bart Boesmans, for this insightful presentation. Let's announce the first winner in the raffle draw. We have Saad Al-Falasi. Please proceed to the registration area to receive your voucher. Attendees, please make sure you register at the registration area to take part into the raffle draw. We now invite Mr. Faisal Al Qahtani from INAC to address his session on Disrupting Emerging Innovative Technologies in Energy, Water and Environment. Let's welcome him on the podium. Ladies and gentlemen, we now invite Mr. Faisal Al Qahtani, CEO of InnoClink, to address his session on disrupting emerging innovative technologies in energy, water, and environment.
First of all, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I think I still have 7 minutes to noon, so I'm safe to say good morning. What we are talking about today here, we are talking about InnoClink. What is InnoClink? InnoClink basically is Innoc answer to the demand, to the need, to the initiatives that cater the government and in particular Dubai initiatives towards digitalization and clean energy. InnoClink is not about fuel delivery. InnoClink is about fully digitalized system that have the capability to deliver fuel into two different forms, B2B and B2C. Yeah? When we say B2B is known to everyone, but when we say B2C, when we mean we mean community, not customer. Yeah? So we are the leading B2B fuel delivery model for UAE, and we are the first to have proudly to say, our first fuel delivery system that runs on solar energy. When I say first, I said world first, not Dubai first, not UAE first. It's the world first digital solar power fuel system. Where do we come and under which umbrella we are? We are under Innoc umbrella. So Innoc has created InnoClink as an answer to the needs of the market. And let me share with you where do we collaborate and what do we get out of Innoc. InnoClink, we don't just get the name. We get so many other factors that will deliver value, integrity, and safety. In InnoClink, what we get from Innoc, we get high quality fuel. As everybody might know that Innoc is the fuel supplier and the main energy partner supplier of fuels to the market and to the nation. We get high fuel quality, reliable fuel supply because our fuel comes directly from our own refineries. So we have sustainable, continuous supply of fuel that comes from our own refinery. That's a plus point. Safety, high safety training because we adhere to Innoc standard, and Innoc, when it comes to safety, they take no shortcut. Trust me on this. I know it, and we've been suffering. I mean, I will not say suffering, but it's time consuming to adhere to Innoc safety requirements. We are proudly doing it. We love to do it, but it takes a lot of time and effort. And by being part of Innoc, we have the leverage of giving our customer the access to all Innoc retail sites. Let me put it in short, simple format. So when somebody signed up or became InnoClink customer, we provide them with the access to the fuel station. When you take fuel station, we are talking 179 plus stations across UAE. And Saudi Arabia as well. Enoch Link, what's Enoch Link? Why we are different? Everybody might say, guys, you are at Enoch, you have fuel station. Why do we need to have this? Why do you need to deliver fuel? People will come to you for fueling, which is the things which we used to do. Yeah, when you need to fuel your car, you go to the nearest fuel station. But the dynamic has changed. The dynamic of a market has changed. The customer perceptions has changed. Now, I mean, if everybody remember, we used to go and get our own food. Now it gets delivered to your doorstep with a simple few clicks. So people became, their expectation is very high. So we said, okay, so everything can be delivered to you, from food to accessories to clothes to whatever you're gonna order, it's gonna be delivered to your step. So why not fuel? So when we talk mobile, convenient fueling 24/7, coverage all over UAE, increased productivity, fuel done during downtime. Let me mention this point. Don't mix us with others. We don't deliver to individuals at the moment. We don't deliver to individuals. We deliver to businesses, to fleets, and we deliver to fully developed communities. For example, if you talk about our B2C model, we deliver to huge communities such as Palm Jumeirah, Maidan, Living Legends, name it. We have around 11 locations across UAE. And when we talk about business to business, we talk about fleets, fleet management. This is where we come in. This is our main aspect. This is our strength. When I talk about fleets, it's when you have more than 200, 300, 400 and above number of cars. The movement of those cars from location to location to go do fueling, that's time consuming, that's fuel consuming, run time. So we said, we'll give you an answer to huge fleet owners. Stay where you are. We'll come to you. Yeah? When your car are parked, people are home, we come and do all the fueling needs for you. So next day when you start your operation, you're already ready, fueled, and ready to go. Yeah? That's where we add value to our customer. This is, if you can see, this is our B2C offering. We're using our E-Link station. This is the mini E-Link, by the way. Is it? No, this is the E-Link. So this is where you can see many of those around Dubai communities. And this is our B2B offering, where we come to your location and do your fueling. I mean, those pictures are just to give you an indication what we are talking about. This is our runners. This is our horses. This is our business. This is our fleet. If you can see, we have fleets in different sizes, offering different fuels. We don't just offer diesel and petrol. We offer as well biofuels, clean energies. We offer AdBlue. Yeah. Please, you can ask me later on AdBlue. What is AdBlue? AdBlue is just an additive that you added to the tank for diesel mainly that will reduce the carbon emission. So this is a look at our fleet. Biodiesel. So coming into context of COP28, people are moving towards cleaner energy. What is biofuel? I'm sure most of you know what's biofuel, but I would like to mention what is the biofuel and give some, idea about biofuel for our students there, the future. Biofuel is basically it's a source of, it's your cooking oil. It's your cooking oil, used cooking oil, being used to fuel the vehicles. So they have it is fully safe, environmental friendly product, and it is huge. It's growing more and more now, and it's into the market. So your cooking oil, your chicken nuggets doesn't go waste. We take your oil and make it into fuel. AdBlue, as you can read, reduce toxic nitrogen oxide by 90%, reduce the negative impact on environment, and also reduce the hydrocarbons, HCN monoxide by 15 to 90%. This is what we talk when we talk about clean energy. This is one of our offers, yeah, and all those offerings are based on customer requirement. When we say innovation and technology, what is innovation and technology? First, we have full-fledged IT and solution providers within our team. This is all in-house. We do it in-house. So our team has came up with a program called Solver. Solver is a key component for our scheduling and dispatching operation, which out optimization and increase efficiency. In short context, what does the Solver do? The Solver is a program which we have created, proudly saying again, in-house, where we feed it with all the information, customer details, requirements, our assets, and our our manpower. When we feed him with all this information, the Solver will work out the best route, yeah, and the best manpower assignment for our trucks. So the Solver will tell me when in the morning, each driver will have a Solver in his screen, and it will tell him that the best route for you is to get into your car. You will go to location A first, do fueling, and then use this particular road, and then use this road to go to location B, which is will really will cut down the driven distance by our trucks, yeah, and that will has an impact as well on the environment, and also will tell me which location should I go first to save time, to save distance, and to conduct my operation on timely manners. The Solver is an amazing software which we have developed, and we are keep adding and developing it in-house. It's not for sale, by the way. It's just for us at the moment. Okay, here is our feature, Wetex feature. Every innovation, I believe personally, innovations comes from need. If you have a need, you will invent, you will think outside the box. So just imagine, our truck, it runs on diesel. So it goes to a customer site. The truck will be parked from 8 to 12 hours, but parked with running engine. Why? Because we need the engine to be the running engine to power our fuel supply, our fuel system, our compressors, and charge our battery. So the car will be running for 8 hours, non-stop. Imagine your car is running for 8 hours, non-stop. That will result in carbon. That will result in tear and wear, which means the engine is running So you will have to do frequent oil changing, frequent spare part replacement, maintenance. When you have a huge fleet of trucks, that's cost your operation. Yeah? And diesel will be burning diesel like anything. So I have to do that because if I need to do fueling, I need my car to be running onto those using diesel. And not to forget the noise. The car is running. It has a generator in it. It has a pneumatic system. It has a so you will keep the noises annoying not only to the customer, even to my own our own operators. Yeah, when we look at it, we look from all angles. So we need to come up with a solution. I cannot keep my truck running for 8 hours. I have to come up with something. So this was the idea behind it. This is why we said, let's find out what we can do. And then the idea of having a solar system with solar panel on top of our trucks to get us that power. So we started this project, but as you know, the solar power, the solar panels is available in the market since a long time. It's not something new that we invented, but we need to come up with something that ethics certified panels. Why it's ethics? Ethics is something it's a standard, international standards that to use a component that will prevent us from explosion, extra heat transfer, and make sure that we are running a safe fueling operation. So we got certified, ethics certified panels. We got the other components like batteries, and we came up with a solution. Come on, Dubai is almost 9 months a year. It's fully sunny, so we have the sun. That's not an issue. Yeah. So we came up with this truck, which has a solar panel on top of it. It can get us up to 550, so to 900 kilowatt, and can run our truck with no diesel consumption. Engine is off, and the car is fully dependent on the solar power. So now I'm saving in diesel. I'm protecting the environment from all the carbon dioxide, and as well I'm running safe and soundless operation. So that's why we came with this option. So this is also, it's not enough just to have the solar system and running the engines for you. You need something to monitor. So we came also with a dashboard. So this is our power monitoring controls, where we see our input, our output, energy level. So we keep monitoring our truck health during our operation by using this system. Sorry? No. The dashboard is in-house, but all the other components, for example, if you're talking about the ethics, the panels, lithium, all this came from Netherlands. Yeah? As I said, it's available in the market, but nobody thought of using it. I don't know why. We are the first to use it. No, cost-wise, it's not that much. If you look at it in long time, in long run, it's not that much. So we got our first unit. Our unit is in our stand. Okay. But, there are some days where it's fully cloudy. What you gonna do? We need the sun to run, so we cannot stop our operation. So that's why our truck has other options as well. Yeah. So solar panels, we have a battery to store. So in case there are no sun, it's a non-sunny day, we can just put it to the grid, to the power, and get it charged in 3 hours, and that 3 hours will enable our truck to run for another 8 hours. And also, we can use the movement of the truck. So when the truck is driving, the battery will get charged as well. So this is the other options within this beautiful truck. Sorry? See, our distance is very short distance, because as we said, we go from a location, from just our hub in Jebel Ali to our clients across. So if we are driving like 80 kilometers, we'll be able to charge the battery for 30% out of it, approximately. That's not enough, but we're keeping it as an option, yeah? We don't want to close all our options. So this is our trucks. I know it's not a nice picture, and we did it intentionally. I don't want you to see the truck here. I want you to go to our stand, have a look at it. Yeah, you will see it. It's beautiful. That's why I did not give you the real picture of it. So when you go into details about our solar truck, this is for people with I would say technical curiosity. The solar panels is 5 to 500 panels. We have 240 DC volts batteries, and we have one as a spare, also 240. And also we have 24 DC just for air conditioning. Why we use air conditioning? Because our operation, which sometimes, as I said, in hot summer days, yeah, you cannot keep the poor guy outside fueling for 3-4 hours without any cooling. So that's, because I will tell you one thing, that the success of your business or of your organization is when you care about your employee, when you care about your frontliners. Yeah, you make sure that they are in a condition that you personally can live in. So I'm sitting in the office. Yeah, I will not feel what they feel, but for me to understand that I have personally went there with my team, with people who sit in office, and conducted that. We went to the site and stayed there for fueling. Then we felt it. We see, okay, they are right. It's not an easy job. So that's why we need to give them a last resort. What is the last resort? Is our truck cabin. So it has to be air conditioned for them, so they can do a rotation. So that's why we need to keep our AC on during hot summer days. So this truck, as we said, is there on our display. Please go and have a look at it. And as soon as this conference is over, in 2 days, it will go back to the factory. Just to small adjustment, it will go into it will go in business. Till now, we did not fully test it. Just I'm being frank with you, but it will be fully. It is. We feel that it's fully ready to start the journey, and hopefully we have many more trucks to come once this proven the concept. Because to do something new, you have to test and you have to fail. If you fail, you learn. This is again for the students there. Don't worry, do it. Fail, and you will get up and do something much better than what we do. Yeah? So, I came to a conclusion here. And hopefully, please furnish me with your questions. I would love to answer all your questions.
Hi.
Hi.
How far do you plan to expand this project?
Okay, so when you talk the project, you talk about Enoch Link and whole, or you talk about the solar?
No, the solar.
Yes, as I said, this is our first truck. It will go into operation into next 3-4 days. Once we find out that this is the right solution and it fits our needs, then we will expand. All our next trucks will be similar to this one. It's going to be solar powered.
So you're looking to expand only in UAE or globally even?
First, we say when we have a firm grip in our ground, in our own turf, we are fully confident that we can cater this market. Then, inshallah, we said, we will expand to others.
Do you think you will be able to meet the financial requirements to use this technology on a wide scale?
As I said earlier, this technology, everybody thinks that it's a gold-weighted truck. It's not. I'm talking about 15 to 20% additional to our current trucks. So they are not much, but in long run, this has better ROI, which is return on investment.
So you're planning to help the sustainability project in UAE, yeah?
Exactly. That's the directive of ENOC in general, and ENOC goes aligned with the UAE direction towards cleaner energy.
Thank you so much.
Welcome.
Hello, sir.
Yeah.
How did you come with this idea?
As I
How
told
did you
you,
come up with this idea?
yeah,
Sorry.
as I told you, it's been driven by the need. So that's why I said to all people, to all leaders, to all managers, don't sit in an office. Go to the field. We are learning from Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid. Sheikh Mohammed, he goes himself to the field. Yeah? I trust my people, but feedback is not enough. You need to see with your eyes. So I went to the site, seen the needs, listened to the car running all this time. It gave me, it gave me like a feeling that we need to do something. We need to stop this and start using clear energy.
Faisal, first of all, appreciate your efforts because you are going on in line with the Dubai vision of sustainability. Secondly, I would like to know, since you're in the process of sustainability, what more research and future technologies are being planned by ENOC to move ahead in this direction, which has been started with this new concept?
Okay, so let me just reframe this. ENOC is a huge organization. Yeah, we are only one part of ENOC, which is ENOC Link, and there's a whole division that's looking at sustainability initiatives for the group. And I will not steal that answer from them. I can guide you to the people. If you are really interested, I can guide you to the right people to give you this answer. Those people they will have more clearer. They will have more clearer answer into sustainability. I don't want to jump into their field. Sorry for that. But anything about ENOC Link, feel free to ask. Yeah.
Hi, okay. So I have one question only. I came halfway through, so I didn't hear from the beginning. But you mentioned something about that you only deliver to businesses, like not one person. And that's why I'm asking why. Why just for business people? Like, why can't we deliver to other people?
Okay. So there's a business needs behind it. When you look at your business and run the numbers, by end of the day, we are running business. Yeah. So when you run business, it means you need to make money. Yeah. With current resources and current manpower, we are fit to cater this side of business, which is B2B. And when I say B2C, B2C is for people living just like us, living in the community. So there's our customer. Usually when we go to, for example, let's talk about Palm Jumeirah. Palm Jumeirah, there are no fuel station in Palm at all. The nearest fuel station, you need to drive to Sheikh Zayed with all that traffic. So we said, we'll bring our solution to you. We'll bring it to your community and place it there. So we still serve customer, but we don't go to individual homes.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome. Yes, please, go ahead.
Yeah, sir, I want to ask that will this affect the oil business in UAE? This business?
No, it will not affect. This is actually complementing. This is all for you guys as a consumer. Why? When you go to any place, they will give you a menu. When you go to a restaurant, they will give you a menu. So imagine the menu has one item. You will go there maybe once, twice, and then you will never go there again because they have only one item to serve. But Enoch gives you multiple options. So do you want me to come to your place? You want to come to my place? Do you want me build something in your place that will cater your need 24/7? We give you all options. Yeah, we give you all options. So that's why it's complementing.
Sir, I have another question.
I will give you a prize. You are
I'm sorry, it's the last
okay,
one.
good question. No, please. I like it.
You sure, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. So I just wanted to ask that since this is a step towards sustainability, do you think this can help reduce UAE's carbon footprint, like globally?
Yeah, this is not step one. This is with us, Enoch Link, maybe step 3 or 4. Yeah. So we are keep developing our offers towards maintaining and driving our initiatives efforts towards greener sustainability future for the country as per the direction. So this is another step because supplying clean fuel is one step and reducing the carbon emission of fleets is one other step as well, major one. So as I told you, if you have, I'll give you a very simple layman answer. If you have 100 cars and all your 100 cars need to go for refueling, all of them has to run on the road to go to fuel stations. That's time. That's fuel consuming. Yeah? Because when you go to fuel, maybe you drive 20 kilometers to do fueling, but multiple that by 360 per car or per truck. And then you go for your business. But us and we came to you. So that we save you that 20 kilometers. We save it for you and multiple that and see how the effect. Yeah?
Hello.
Hello.
Thank you, Mr. Faisal, for this presentation. I wanted to ask more about the ATEX solar panels.
Yes.
Since they hold so much power and energy to fuel an entire truck for 8 hours, can it be used in other stuffs for houses or, for example?
Yeah, I got your question. Yes, it can pretty much be used everywhere. And that's why I believe Dubai municipality is DIWA is much, they are keen on providing consumers who are building a new house or trying to transform their current houses to solar friendly or solar powered house. That they will give you all the advice, they will give you all the requirements to do that, which is pretty much this is proven technology, by the way. Personally, my house, all heater system runs on solar panels. So this can be used either fully or partially. So the answer to your question is yes. Okay, guys, I think, let me check. I think my time is up. And I will leave the floor to Mr. Khalid Saad Al-Fuhaid. He's also from Enoch Group, and I'm sure he has very exciting presentation about hydrogen. Thank you guys very much for your patience, and hope to see you again. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Faisal Al Qahtani. And now we would like to announce the second winner with us, Raneem Abdel Jabbar from Al-Rashid Al-Salih School. Please proceed to registration to claim your reward. Ladies and gentlemen, We now invite Mr. Khalid Saad Fuhaid from Enoch to discuss clean energy, green hydrogen.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good afternoon. So I will take you through a short presentation about the green hydrogen. I hope I can deliver a basic information about the hydrogen, as it is a new product and we hear about it nowadays. So the content of the presentation will be, I lost the screen, Khalid. So the content of the content of the presentation will be introduction and about green hydrogen fuel, green hydrogen fuel versus the normal fuel, benefits of the green hydrogen, and green hydrogen fuel mobility pilot, and green hydrogen initiative process, and then the conclusion. So as an introduction, so Dubai's commitment to a sustainable future shine through its visionary approach to renewable energy. And Dubai is not just adapting the future, but shaping it by harnessing the power of renewable sources to drive its growth, maximize its ecological footprint, and set a compelling example of global sustainability. Hence, Enoch is proud to be part of the UAE strategy and Dubai's clean energy strategy.
So, what does Enoch do? I thought it was a gas station. Whoa.
So that was a short video about Enoch. So in Enoch, sustainability means being laser focused on our people to deliver profitable growth while improving the efficiencies of its operation, maximizing environmental impact, and using the tools available to bring about positive change to the UAE's economy as well as the other economies we operate. So unfortunately, the two Enoch presentation after each other, after my colleague Faisal has presented about the solar of Enoch Link vehicle. So some of the information will be repeated, but no harm just to go through it quickly. So basically, for more than 15 years, Enoch has stayed fastly focused on environmental friendliness, actively reducing our environmental impact while delivering eco-friendly products to our clients. These products not only adhere to the highest environmental standards, but also offer sustainable solutions that benefit our customers and the planet. For example of this product, the low sulfur diesel, 10 ppm, plus the green diesel, which is the biodiesel 5, and Enoch Blue, which is a product or additives, works to reduce the emission from the diesel engines and the diesel vehicles. And we have the service station of the future, which is operates based on the solar. And lately we have supplied the SAF product, which is the sustainable aviation fuel to the Emirates airline. So to talk about the green hydrogen fuel, basically green hydrogen is produced through water electrolysis process by employing renewable electricity. The reason it's called green is that there is no CO2 emission during the production process. Besides the green hydrogen, we have other type of hydrogen. We call it blue hydrogen, which is having the source of natural gas, but with the better condition that it is capturing the carbon and the emissions, some of the carbon and emissions. The next type of hydrogen is the gray hydrogen, which is depend completely on the natural gas of hydrogen, the natural gas, and doesn't capture any of the emissions or the carbon. And the final one is the brown hydrogen, which is depend on the coal. So basically, to talk about the difference between the green hydrogen and the normal fuel, when it comes to the production and sources, the green hydrogen will have the source like solar energy, hydropower, and wind energy. While for the normal fuel, you have the coal, the fossil fuel, and the natural gas. The emissions, the green hydrogen totally has no carbon emissions, when for the normal fuel, it releases the carbon dioxide. And environmental-wise, the green hydrogen is environmentally friendly, and the normal fuel it contributes to the climate change and the air pollution. So the benefits of the green hydrogen reduce the greenhouse gas emissions. It gives long drive range compared to the electric vehicles or the fossil fuel vehicles. And also in terms of the alternative energy sources. In this slide, we just, it is showing the number of the HRS deployment worldwide. If we see at the square at the left side, around 250 to 300 HRS, which is the hydrogen refueling stations. It is in Europe. And around 60 HRS in California state itself within the US, and around 250 HRS in China, 160 in Japan, and 140 in the South Korea. So green hydrogen mobility pilot, the first project of its kind in Middle East and North Africa. So in line with the UAE government strategy for achieving the net zero, the Green Hydrogen Initiative stands as a collaboration between DEWA and ENOC. This initiative will capitalize on DEWA's established green hydrogen production facility in Mohammed bin Rashid's solar park and leverage on ENOC's profound understanding of the fuel market and customer engagement by supplying the green hydrogen fuel in Expo Future Station. So to deliver this project, we have to collaborate with the stakeholders. So ENOC has committed to build and maintain partnership with the government entities and organizations in line with Dubai and UAE's drive towards economic diversification in sustainable development. ENOC is collaborating with the following entities like DEWA, Dubai Municipality, Al-Futtaim Toyota, Civil Defense, and Expo City to host the HRS station, and Hyundai and BMW. So the hydrogen initiative process will start from Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Solar Park, while the hydrogen get produced and stored, and then compressed and cooling and filling the tube trailer in order to transport the hydrogen to the refueling station, which is located in the future station at Expo area, and then we refuel the hydrogen vehicles. So, by harnessing the power of fuel cells, vehicles can generate electricity with only water vapor as a byproduct, effectively eliminating harmful emission, while challenges remain in terms of production, efficiency, storage, and infrastructure. Ongoing research on innovation are driving the advancement of hydrogen technology. As the world seeks solutions to combat climate change and reduce pollution, hydrogen fuel stands as a viable option to change the way we drive and pave the way for the greener road ahead. I guess this is the final slide for the hydrogen, for the green hydrogen. Thank you. In case of any question.
Thank you, Mr. Khalid Sadr Paid. We will proceed with the next panel at 1 p.m. Please make sure you register your attendance at the registration desk, please, to join the raffle. Ladies and gentlemen, before proceeding with the sustainability panel, let's announce the winner in the raffle. We have Mr. Luis Diaz. Please proceed to the registration area to collect your voucher. I encourage you all to take part in the registration area and register in the panel to take part in the raffle draw. And now we will proceed with the sustainability panel on sustainability challenges in real estate markets and urban property development with our guests, Mr. Anas Mustafa, Senior VP from DAMAC, Mr. Errol Marquis, Head of Marketing from Danube Properties, Mr. Maher Al-Kaabi, Board Member at Serkal Group, Mr. Mohammed Al-Najjar, Sales Director from Huawei, Mr. Mohammed Jamal, Chief Sales Officer from Alef Group. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I hand over the mic to our moderator, Majd Fayyad from Dubai Supreme Council of Energy. He is a DSM Strategy and Policy Lead. Welcome, our moderator and panelists.
Wherever you want, please. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, good afternoon. It's my pleasure to welcome you to this panel discussion on the challenges and opportunities of sustainable cities in the UAE. Before we dive into the discussion, allow me to set the stage and share with you why it's crucial to concentrate on cities in our pursuit of a green and carbon neutral future. First and foremost, cities are the home to more than 60% of the global population. They're not just centers of human activity, but also hubs of consumption. The decisions made within cities, especially in the context of urban development, have far-reaching consequences on our planet. Secondly, cities are responsible for 50% of the global waste generation, underscoring a substantial environmental impact. The way we manage our waste in our urban centers have profound implications on the health of our ecosystems, further stressing on the importance of addressing waste in cities. Lastly, and perhaps most importantly, cities consume 70% of the global energy use and emit around 75% of CO2 emissions, global CO2 emissions. This makes cities pivotal in our efforts to combat climate change, and the decisions we make regarding energy use, transportation, urban development have direct implications for our ability to achieve a sustainable and carbon neutral future. It's clear that these challenges are immense, but so is the potential for positive change. As you can see, today we've gathered a panel of experts who will share their insights and experiences on how to transform cities and communities, also buildings, into models of sustainability and decarbonization. Without further ado, I would like to kick off the panel discussion with a question to all the panelists, and maybe two minutes per panelist, so we can have other questions as well. So my question is, in light of the recent developments in the UAE, how do you see the real estate industry currently positioned to advance or to lead the way towards sustainable development and carbon neutral future? Let's start with you, Jamal.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me part of the panel today. To answer your question, I see the real estate industry is paving the way for sustainable development through heavily reducing the direct emissions, especially in construction. During the construction, it's very important to reduce the emissions. Also, while increasing the energy efficiency through obviously new technology. New technologies that, for instance, we're using at Alef, we're maximizing a lot on the LED lighting, green walls, the insulation of the walls that help in decreasing the electricity bills and the consumption for it. This obviously will lead into green initiatives that will improve the nation's sustainability, in my opinion.
Awesome. Focusing on energy efficiency then definitely is a key. Mahmoud?
Yeah, thank you for having me and good afternoon, everybody. I think if the adoption of sustainability concept with real estate developers will lead the way to have in the future maybe neutral carbon emissions. Because real estate developers will always have the first step for everybody if it's adopted to have the sustainable future. They will help us a lot to save all those carbon emissions, especially where you mentioned that more than 70% of the carbon emission is coming from the cities. If they adapted the sustainability concept, like for example, if they adapted the renewable energy concept or even the energy efficiency, saving the energies, for example, if one tree will save almost 20 kilograms of CO2 per year. 1 kilowatt of solar PV, I'm saying, will produce roughly around 1,700 kilowatt hour per year, which is equivalent of planting 20 trees. So 1 kilowatt of solar is implementing it and adding it to any rooftop or any building is the equivalent of planting 20 trees. Can you imagine how much we can save if we adapted this only the solar part? What if we saved in our energy consumption by implementing energy efficiency, reducing the cost, implementing the smart city concept? I think it's very important step to be taken and initiated from the developers, starting by whenever they develop new buildings or even enhancing the existing ones, is by adopting the sustainability concept. I think it's very important. And I think we have seen this kind of initiative taken apart here in the UAE and other regions also. We have participated in a lot of these concepts. And yeah, I think it's very potential to have the sustainability concept coming from real estate developers.
Thank you, Mahmoud. Definitely renewable energy is key in decarbonization of cities, and I'll dig deeper to that topic in a while with you. Maher, what's your point of views in that regard?
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. First, I'd like to apologize. My voice is already gone. I'm going to sore throat for a couple of days now, so it's not really going off. I'll start with the macro picture, first of all, for us to understand the cities itself. It starts with urban planning, and that's very, very important. If you don't have a proper urban planning, you will not be able to do a smart cities. Because urban planning will talk about in terms of buildings, their structure, where they're supposed to be, whether they're nearby an area where proper air coming up, ventilation, solar power, and so forth, other renewable energies. Also, in terms of traffic planning, and that's very important. Whoever lives in Dubai probably heard about Digital Dubai. So Digital Dubai is trying to build a digital virtual Dubai and brings that also, which we'll do about it later on in the future, in the coming questions, hopefully, inshallah. And then what we need to do, look at the building itself. Now, while cities emit about 70-75% of CO2 emission, the buildings themselves, they emit about 35% to anything 40%. Compare that with the entire airline industry of only 2 to 3%. So you see the significant impact of the building. And now you're talking about new building and old buildings, and what do we need to do about it? Probably we'll do it later on. So how do we make sure the building structure that we do today, it's efficient? From actually, the moment we actually build the buildings, are we using materials which are regenerative, which we'll talk about circular economy later on? And are we making sure, what is the major cause of CO2 emission that happens today? For us in UAE and GCC, it's all about the HVAC system, the chiller system, the AC system. So that's your biggest component after the building is established. How do you make sure that you have renewable resources used? And how do you use energy digitization of making sure how these energies are very, very efficient as well. So it's not about only putting solar panel, but also having a digital system in terms of making sure that you have energy available at various points of time in a different way available, so you can maximize the utilization of these energies. Of course, water is a very important thing to make sure how the waters are conserved. How do you recycle the water? How do you make sure it's being reused? So going back, how do you create an ecosystem around that building which helps people to do? I'll do a little bit more because yesterday we had a discussion with Her Excellency Maryam Al-Mehri, Ministry of Climate Change and Environment, and we were exactly talking about how do we make a green economy overall. And we drilled about lots of topics. Hopefully we'll touch upon some of them as we move forward.
Thank you, Maher. You've mentioned a very important point. When we speak about sustainability, we need to have a holistic approach, and it's all about integrated solutions, looking at energy, water, circular economy all together to help us make the city sustainable. So thank you for mentioning that. Anas.
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is Anas Mustafa. I'm SVP for MEP at DAMAC Properties. My pleasure to be with you today. So Maher, I'm going back to your first point, is that real estate construction industry is one of the largest sectors. And not only, especially in Dubai, that has been experiencing rapid urbanization and development with large real estate projects and booming real estate market. So definitely if sustainability measures have been applied properly in this sector, then definitely it will be a leader to all of other sectors in the market. So putting the momentum of that sector plus the platform that was created by the government with all of the facilities, with all of the support, today is the biggest example. We are sitting at Wetex, which is supported by the government and by DIWA, and if all of the efforts have been put collaboratively together, definitely it will be the leading sector.
Definitely, we speak about collaboration and the important role of all stakeholders in further in this panel. Thank you, Anas. Errol, please.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, members of the panel. I want to start with saying that sustainability and carbon neutrality are not just noble endeavors anymore. It is imperative. It is mandatory for us today. What started off as an initiative a few years ago, looking at what is happening across the world, we can't wait for it anymore. And I'm so honored and glad that DIWA has organized this forum. We're sitting here, real estate, like you said, cities contribute to a large amount of pollution. And I think this forum is a really good start in that direction. What I believe needs to be done, while all your points are very important, one of the things I feel is education and awareness. I think what we need to do is spread education and awareness about sustainability from the child right up till the adult. We need to get this into our schools. We need to teach our children, about sustainability and awareness here. This is a city, it's a desert, but if you look around, the rulers out here have done such a tremendous job in giving us such great infrastructure. You look around, you find it difficult to find a piece of land that is sand. I mean, they have given us greenery, they have ensured so many things for us. It is up to us as people now to make this sustainable, to take this particular initiative forward. And I feel that this can happen if we start with education, telling our children that this water, this sprinkler that is done, where it is coming from, how is it coming from, the water that we use every day. I mean, we are so blessed to be in a city like this, rulers that have a great vision. And, and that's why I feel that the starting point for us is about education and awareness, right from our children up to the top.
Thank you, Errol. It's a very important point to focus on public, for sure. And if you look at the net zero strategies globally, there's always that part of the puzzle where the human behavior can impact it. And it's in buildings, for example, it can be 10% of emissions. So It's difficult to address, but it's definitely very critical and important.
If you don't mind, can I add on this? When we were sitting with Her Excellency yesterday, and every panel I attend when it comes to circular economy and sustainability, renewable, the first thing I mentioned exactly what you mentioned. We're always talking about ourselves and creating awareness, which is fantastic and fine. We need to do more of that as well. But for you to change a DNA, it takes anything between 1.6 to 2.4 generations, and I'll explain why. Because today, when you go and teach your children about sustainability, and I also sit as a chair of board of schools, where I'm part of ISP schools where I chair it. We've got 60,000 children globally, regionally and globally as well, from east to west. And one of the curriculum we're adding over there is about circular economy. When they come and learn, our existing here, we're not really equipped to learn. We're not changeable, unfortunately, most of us. I can ask you guys, how many of you are, with a raise of hand, teaching your children about sustainability? If you can raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, not close even to 20% of the people available, right? That tells you. So that when the child comes with the information now, let's say he earned 50% of information. The parents are still not doing it, and children learn from parents quite a lot because they're with them as well. So the learning depresses over a period of time. So when they become parents, the children, now their children will be learning. Now the learning now with the children will be higher. So that's why it's very important. So Ministry of Education 3 months ago launched a pilot program inculcating the circular economy. They're going to be teaching about 2,000, 3,000 trainer teachers. And once this pilot is successful, they're going to make it a curriculum. We already started in our schools as well. There are 2 Guinness World Records that we won. Her Excellency was there, where under the one roof, they taught about more than 1,000, it's the record just a few weeks ago, more than 1,000 children came in over there, taught about sustainability, energy, and so forth, and also more than 57 nationalities were there. So education is very key at our level and school level. Sorry, I took a bit of time, but this is really passionate. I'm very passionate about this. So we need to really go back to the education system.
Well, I fully agree, and I think I'll add to that one point. I think education is key, but also we need to instill the sense of responsibility. It's not only awareness. Many people know that they need to sort their waste, but they're kind of not responsible, or they don't hold responsibility for the issue. I think how to do that is definitely very difficult and requires a lot of campaigns and also on educational programs. Anas, I'll go back to you, and I think we spoke about the role of buildings and the contribution of buildings, 40% of the global emissions, and maybe here in the region it's more because we have a significant portion of the electricity consumption comes from cooling, So I would like to know, based on your knowledge and experience, how design strategies can improve the sustainability performance in buildings. What are the quick wins? How can we is there are low-cost, no-cost measures that we can implement? And what are the challenges in implementing these design strategies?
Okay, so Majd, as you are aware, when we talk about sustainability, how to apply sustainability measures, it goes with the entire life cycle of the project. It starts from design toward construction and operation. So if I'm going to talk about design, normally we are at DAMAC Properties, we are trying as much as possible to apply whatever we can apply at a very early design stage of the project. That starts from how do we orient our buildings, okay, to reduce solar gain, going, to the each and every discipline. If we are talking about the design disciplines, we are talking about architectural, structural, MEP, landscaping, ID. So all of these disciplines can be effective in achieving higher levels of sustainability. And I'm going to give a few examples in what we apply in DAMAC. For example, talking about architectural, we are trying as much as possible to set up the dimensions of the rooms within our properties so that we avoid, for example, the cut pieces in the tiles. So when you have, when you reduce the waste in the materials, this is a big, contribution to the sustainability. Maybe this is not recorded, but we do that to achieve sustainability, to have a more enhanced construction, and to reduce the cost even. So this is one of the things. A lot of the things which we apply, even it has been regulated by the authorities here. For example, in our garbage rooms, we are trying to put different containers in order to facilitate the segregation of different types of wastes. We are trying always to specify high performance materials, especially related to the thermal envelope of any building or villa, like for example the glazing, the block, everything. Going, for example, toward structural discipline, in structural, we try as much as possible to produce simple and flat designs that we can avoid or reduce the drop beams, so that contractors during construction can reuse or use the wooden shutters repeatedly. So this is again is one of the key elements that we aim at. When it goes, for example, to landscaping, our landscape architects, they are very careful in selecting the plants that consume less amount of water. We started implementing smart irrigation systems, and as much as possible, we try to avoid using the potable water for irrigation. We try to depend on various resources, such as the condensated rain water that's collected from the fresh air handling units. By the way, fresh air handling units, they take 30% of the cooling load in any building. So the amount of water is massive. We collected, we redistributed on our podium landscape and other landscape. When it goes, for example, to MEP is the biggest field where sustainability can be applied. So starting from the selection of the AC machines, we try as much as possible to select high efficient motors within the AC machines, trying to go with also inverter machines, the other equipments, VFD driven. When we have a VFD drives for all of these machines, at least we assure that these machines will operate according to the demand, not on-off. So this is one of the things. Even, for example, lighting control. Lighting control, we try as much as possible to, wherever we have common areas, to be controlled based on occupancy. So, for example, plant rooms, stores, garbage rooms that can be left always on, if not, very well taken care. We always keep all of these controlled by lighting sensors. Applying all of these together, at the end of the day, we are very proud of applying all of these measures. And one of our, for example, projects is the DAMAC Lagoons. This is the latest master community that comprises 9,000 villas and townhouses, plus the water bodies across the entire development. This would be the first master community that will get the Golden LEED certificate. We are very proud of that, and we will going to continue in achieving more measures. On construction level, in quick, we are focusing on implementing modern construction methodologies like the modular systems. So we are proceeding with the PUDs for the bathrooms and the kitchens, and that will, so wherever you have an off-site production, you ensure that waste is reduced, and a number of manpower at site is reduced, transportation to the sites and fuel consumption is reduced. So all of these things we are applying in construction, plus we try as much as possible for all of our site offices to implement PV solar system. If PV solar system cannot suffice the requirements of these offices and construction activities, we thank DEWA, they allow us always, to get temporary connections for water and power. So I'm happy with what we have achieved so far, and definitely we're going to learn more and apply more measures.
Brilliant in terms of how you're incorporating sustainability across different areas. And I would like, you mentioned PV and technologies, smart systems. Mahmoud, my next question to you about the adoption from Huawei perspective. How can the adoption of PV reduce emissions in buildings? Definitely, you mentioned 1 kilowatt versus a number of trees. But what also are the challenges and opportunities that do you see in promoting such solutions and smart building solutions in the region?
Actually, the opportunities we see, huge opportunities, very huge opportunities. Not only in the matter of sustainability itself, of course, sustainability need to be driven by initiatives from the people, but also you need the economics of the sustainability. I want to have a sustainable, let's say, building or sustainable city or sustainable village, let's say. The economics of PV have proven its efficiency through the years, and it has been implemented in many different locations, cities, villages, and even on country level, like even the UAE. UAE is one of the leaders in terms of renewable energy implemented on utility scale level. And thankfully, we as Huawei as a technology leader, have the initiatives. We started back in 2013 in renewable energy and smart PV, and we have evolved way too much in that path. We have more than 10,000 patents in terms of inverters, solar inverters, and energy storage. This adding all these, let's say, technologies and implementing it to a city or a village or a compound, it will always bring it will prove itself actually that it is cost effective. It is an asset that will save you money. Then we move forward. Okay, this is an asset. I'm paying money to save money, but it will bring me a huge savings along the period of time. Then I'm also participating in saving the emissions. I'm saving the plant. I'm trying to have net carbon emissions. This is a culture we have tried to teach to a lot of people actually in the past years, that sometimes opening a window will cost you money. It's not sustainable because you're letting a lot of hot air coming in, so you're wasting energy. This is costing you much. So this is where smart city comes in. Smart city, we as Huawei, we're very active in that period. We have designed, implemented very advanced technology in a smart city. So you will be able to monitor, control all the energy waste, energy consumption. If there's, for example, a single street, no one is in that street, so and the light is there, so it's almost saying it's a waste. So a smart city will, or a smart devices or a smart technology implemented in that will always try to, okay, that city is no one there, there's energy consumption there, that's a waste. I can turn off that. So I'm participating also in saving the emissions. So implementing the idea of solar, of course, will have always save you money. This has been proven over the past decades, and will always have, let's say, the key of having a sustainable future towards, let's say, reaching net zero carbon emissions.
Yeah, thank you, Mahmoud. The solar definitely is one of the key solutions for us in decarbonization, especially in this part of the world because of the solar potential that we have. When we talk about sustainable cities, we spoke about buildings, design, solar, smart solutions, about importance of education. But as I mentioned in the introduction, managing waste is also critical. Waste, cities contributing to 50% of the global waste is a major issue. Errol, my next question to you about, from your position at Danube, what are the steps that the real estate industry are taking to minimize waste at first and to promote recycling in urban development projects?
Well, while we've all heard about different kind of initiatives from recycling waste, I think from a developer's point of view, and that's what I would like to put forward right now, is that when we plan a project, I would like you to see it more from a deconstruction versus a demolition point of view. When you look at it from a deconstruction, right, you start to eliminate objects, or you take out objects that can be recycled, that can be reused, right? When you think of it from demolition, it is go in there, bang it, flatten everything, take it out and go, right? So one of the first things I would request all of us in this particular sector is look at deconstruction, right? Look at de-assembly. You know, if you see deconstruction from that point of view, you will realize that we can save a lot more. Now, what this really requires is, of course, you know, planning, right? I mean, that means that when you're building that particular thing, the wood that you're using, or rather, you should be using wood so it can be recycled, or use recycled wood. When you plan the particular infrastructure, you plan waste management before, right? When you are planning these particular things, there is so much of technology, like, you know, Mahmoud said, we plan in a way that waste becomes energy. So when we are starting to use the particular building, how do we then convert this waste into energy? As we are aware, there is lots of technology all across the world, you know. I mean, composite is one of the simplest things that is there around. So planning your waste management at the building stage is going to be a critical part of it. The other part that I think is very important is that how do we plan to reuse, recycle all the elements that we have now deconstructed or demolished? Now, what are we going to do with that? Now, on that aspect, I think what we need to do as a team is look at the entire supply chain logistic, right? From the time we build. So when we demolish or when we deconstruct, like I would like to say, right? We have partners who help us clear this from point A and move it to point Z. Getting them as part of our process, understanding, connecting with them at the planning stage itself, that these are going to be our waste management, these are going to be our waste, this is going to be resources. How is it going to go, you know, till the last mile? What do we do with it? How does it become recyclable and reusable? These are some of the things I think we should be planning in advance for us to ensure efficiencies of waste management.
A fantastic point, especially the consideration about life cycle, you know, starting from, maybe I'll take it also a step back as well, extraction of raw materials that are being used in the building, to the end of life, to the demolition. And this is perfectly what explained the circular economy principles that we all aim to achieve when we target sustainable cities. Maher, I would like to discuss the topic of existing buildings. As you know, more than half of the buildings in 2050 already exist now. So retrofitting would be, it's very important to achieve the decarbonization targets. In your opinions, what are the challenges the real estate developers face when it comes to retrofitting existing buildings and to decarbonizing existing buildings, and how these challenges can be addressed?
Sure. Can I address the previous point as well, if you don't mind? There's a gentleman called William McDonough. Read his book. It's called Cradle to Cradle. He was invited in the government summit in 2017 to talk about the way he actually constructs high-rise building. And then actually the entire high-rise building can be completely changed for another purpose. So we're moving away from, by the way, reuse, recycle, to regenerative. Because reuse, recycle could be one or twice, that's it, or 3 times at best, depending on the material being used. So how do we actually move from a linear economy to a circular economy, which is how do I use the material from production all the way to n number of times? And by the way, it's not an easy solution. So hats off to what you guys are doing. It's amazing. I mean, like, you know, at least I know someone is doing something like that. It's amazing. But if you look at, he's already built high-rise buildings in the US. He's already deconstructed this building and actually used exactly the same material with hardly anything being wasted to reconstruct other material, other buildings, high-rise building. I like it because the precision had to be changed. Amazing. You've got other companies, I don't remember the name now, they're taking the word from you, modular approach, much more efficient, much more easy, fit for the purpose. You can change it and take it anywhere, whether they're schools, malls, high-rise malls, whatever you want to make it up. So I think that is important to consider. So Google it, William McDonough, Cradle to Cradle, got the book, very nice book, he writes good things about it. Going back to the existing buildings. Now, the life of the buildings varies from region to continent. To give you some perspective, our buildings in UAE is anything between 50 or 40 to 60 years. European buildings have the longest, what do you call, tenor over there. Can go up to 100 years. I really don't know what suns they have. Probably we have a different sun. Anyway, it's a weather thing probably. So now how do you bucket to retrofit this building? You need to look at it first of all, how much lifetime is left for the building. If these were a building actually constructed in 80s, that means these are very old design. The materials are very difficult. The most one which is consuming your energy today or emitting the most CO2, it's your HVAC system. And they're probably old systems. That means for you, retrofit that will be really, really challenging. So for example, what do we do? We've got a few thousand properties. We looked at, first of all, the properties which has a chiller system. And we are the only few people in the GCC, I would say, have approved products where we can make sure your energy consumption really goes low with a minimum guarantee. And we've been also trying it with TCOM, and many other people have been very successful so far. So we're trying to put that thing up. So how do we make sure the energy saving product comes in first? So that's your biggest problem. So calculating the remaining time of the building, what's the cost of your retrofitting is very difficult. But there's also low hanging fruit. How can you, for example, go and work on lighting systems? Can you make them digital? Can you make them LED lights? And those are things we started doing to our old buildings, because we've been in a real estate business since 70s, 80s. My team is there, they should be saying that. So it is really, really old. So some of them are very old buildings, some of them are very new building. So you've got different approaches of what needs to be done. The other thing which comes in, the water. So we also have a solution whereby, how do we make sure the water which is going on, how do we redesign it? Those are one of the challenges. If you, going back to what you said, if you really did not plan it from the beginning for the reuse of the water, it's very difficult to reuse it, because you're talking about piping, rechanging the engineering MVP's work for that thing. That will cost money, so you have to really calculate. So these are the key challenges, whether it's energy, whether it's water consumption, whether it's lighting. These are the key things to be there, and it will depend based on the lifetime, remaining lifetime of a building, and accordingly you will have to do the math to see whether it's workable.
It's a good approach to look at the life cycle of the building as well on the retrofit side. Thank you, Maher. Jamal, my next question to you. We've explored different solutions, opportunities, as well as challenges. But mainly, in many cases, sustainability can be viewed as an added cost to the projects. In your opinion, how can real estate developers integrate green strategies and ensure profitability at the same time? And have you observed any impact on sales, occupancy rates, rental income when a project has a higher sustainability performance?
Okay. To answer the first part of the question, us in Alef, we always make sure to incorporate smart technology within our development. Focusing on green building certifications, smart energy efficient solutions, also incorporating eco-friendly recycling materials into construction, water and recycling of water conservation and recycling obviously, and eco-transport system. The reason I started with the developer itself just to say we're coping with the future. And what we saw huge demand from investors. Like there's study stating that 80% of investors are focusing on sustainable development, where 70% they are willing to pay more premium for such development. So when you have more demand on your development, that it is sustainable, that's automatically is going to expedite the sales process of the stock that you do have. To answer the other part of the question, from tenant retention and maximizing on the rental return, today when you provide for tenants within developments cost saving methods from green wall or on saving on consumption and bills, it's going to get these tenants to stay longer in this apartment. Okay. So when tenants stay longer in the apartment, that's going to reduce the vacancy gap for the owner of such apartment, where this will automatically maximize on rental return and his ROI obviously, which will lead to a better capital appreciation for the property itself, which will increase his profitability. So from both aspects, if you are someone who bought a property within a sustainable development, it's very important for you to maximize both rental return and capital appreciation, or from developer perspective, with all of this focus, and we're happy to see actually many people now they're requesting and asking, is this development is sustainable? What type of materials has been used? Is it recyclable material or not? It's really good to see that the world is going toward this direction, and that definitely will improve sales, which will maximize profitability.
Yeah, thank you, Jamal. I think sustainability is now is business. You know, you make money from being sustainable, and this is critical. And I'm also happy to see 2 days ago a study by the Executive Council in Dubai that there is also a kind of the people in Dubai are more interested in environmental friendly products and solutions, and hopefully this will be translated also on green buildings as well. So we have 5 minutes before we open the stage for Q&A, and I have one question which we spoke about at the beginning on the role of different stakeholders. You have someone from the government here, we have many government authorities also attending, so it's the right time to open this discussion. We all agree that government plays a very important role in the decarbonization journey, in sustainability as well, through regulatory frameworks, incentives, standards that encourage energy efficient solutions as well as eco-friendly practices. So my question is, in your opinion, what are the government policies or market dynamics that you believe could be leveraged to accelerate the transition to sustainable cities in the UAE? And I'll start with you, Errol, and maybe 1 minute per panelist. Please, Errol.
Okay, I'm glad I took this first because, you know, I'm sure the answers would have all been out. So I'm going to talk about Dubai. Okay, I'm going to talk about UAE, right? When they set out to make it, you know, a trading hub, they made it. When they wanted to make it a tourist destination, they made it. They want to do, you know, today it's all about innovation. You know, so my thing is only to the government of Dubai is to say, let's make prop tech the hub here. I mean, you've got into, you know, fintech, you've got into edutech. Let's make prop tech the hub here. I mean, you've got all the buildings, you've got all the people, you have all the resources of making this, you know, happen. So from a government point of view, I mean, they do so much. They've got all the things in place. If we invite, you know, people who are in property technology, you know, to work with us, you know, give them the same kind of initiatives, subsidies, etc. that has already worked for, you know, the government of UAE. I think, you know, just making Dubai or UAE the prop tech will change us, you know, will take us into an amazing direction and will help us meet our goals.
Anas?
So, Majd, what I believe, as I said at the beginning, the government is already, you know, had, you know, taken a very rapid steps in, you know, applying sustainability. But as a developers, what we believe that there should be like a rating for developers from established by RERA against sustainability. Because once we have that rating, that will motivate all of the developers, you know, to achieve higher levels of sustainability. And if we want to be like a bit more greedy as developers, if we can be incentivized by an additional GFA against sustainability, that will, you know, push the wheel of the sustainability, you know, like 2-3 times more.
Some people would view this as against sustainability, so it depends, but definitely these are considerations from the government on how to incentivize more practices, sustainable practices in buildings. Maher?
I'll try to make it quick. First of all, you need government to be there. You need the private party need to be there. You need the public need to be there. Awareness need to be there as well for them. And you need to make sure the investors need to be there as well. So investor plays an immense role that investing in companies who are actually talking about ESGs. Easy said than done, but this is really picking up a lot of steam in the Western world. We probably need to do the same thing. I think we've been doing sustainability much before they were doing. I was telling this story to Her Excellency yesterday. When we were very young, His Highness Sheikh Zayed was planting trees in 60s and 70s and 80s, right? And when he was asked why you were doing this thing, he said, we need to take care of the environment. So it's coming back from the faith. So we are more capable to do those kind of things. So if you bring all these together, I think it's going to work without taking more time. So give the others, you've got 5 seconds for me.
Okay.
Thanks.
I think if the government, I'm going to be like brave enough and say, if make it mandatory to adapt renewable energy in all real estate development or all the newer buildings, I think it's going to be a very good approach. I have seen some countries, maybe not in the UAE, but other countries, they have implemented that they need at least 10 to 15% energy coming from solar, which has actually helped a lot. Actually, people started moving toward why only 15? If I can save 50%, 100%, why not? I think if the government tried to push that to the real estate, it will be much beneficial to the environment.
Well, definitely. However, if we had more time, I would love to hear the developers' opinion about that, including solar mandated on their project. But we don't have enough time, unfortunately. Sure. Discussion to be continued later on. Jamal.
First, UAE in general and Dubai in particular, they're not saving any effort to promote more on sustainable energy and green building. I think maybe imposing the green building certification for developers, that could definitely help in maximizing this. But you mentioned that it is sometimes expensive to go with fully certified. So maybe an extra GFA, as what my colleague said, that will definitely help a developer in that, or it could be some interest or low interest loans, and maybe tax breaks for compliance developers with this. That will definitely encourage more developers to invest more in sustainability while maintaining the profit stream in the same time.
Oh, fantastic point. We always say being sustainable is also being smart about solutions that are cost effective, first of all. So I'm not sure if we still have time for 1 or 2 questions. If someone, do we have time? Yeah, maybe 1 question, please, from the gentleman here. Do we have a microphone? Here, please, on the front.
You advise all the long, difficult question to these gentlemen on my right and left.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. Very interesting session. Really, congratulations to you, the whole panel, all your companies, and to Dubai, to UAE on your success. My name is Abbas Zaidi. I'm the CEO of Alef Technologies, part of Majd's group in the Sultanate of Oman. We own the German University of Technology, schools, sustainability. We're in solar, green hydrogen, everything. So this is very passionate to me as well. So congratulations. You touched on a couple of things that really I was going to ask you about, so I'll keep it very, very short. On education, definitely. And I like what you said about 1.6 to 2.4 generations to really make a change. When it comes to making a change in business, it's a little bit more difficult because dollars and cents make, all the difference. And you said at the end about incentives, whether it be a carrot or a stick. My question is, how do you see the role of regulations in this sector? Like, how important is it for the government to step in? And not just the carrot and the stick thing, but one thing that you just mentioned, Majd, was Jamal, very important, was certification. And we find this in green hydrogen. Today, we can't define green hydrogen. We can't define what the parameters are, what our objectives should be in sustainability. Do you think the government should take a role in actually defining what the mandated sustainability criteria should be in real estate?
I can answer that from a government perspective, because in Dubai we have a clear specifications and regulations. If you're speaking about the building sector, and this is under the Dubai municipality with a set of regulations on green building regulations. And there's a rating system called Asafat that rates buildings based on their sustainability performance. So this is already there in Dubai and also in different Emirates as well.
The criteria about the profitability is that when you have a developer and you are negotiating, as you mentioned, Errol mentioned that you're sitting down with investors or partners, and you've got to convince them in what type of technology they're going to use. It does make a difference. So where does that accountability lie? Is it just to meet?
If I understood your question correctly, we have 1 minute left. So let me just rephrase it and someone maybe to answer it. So to which extent are we, who's responsible?
Okay,
who should take the lead? Is it the private sector? Is it government? And I think this is the question that's always been asked in all panels.
It's not a 1 minute questions, which he
Maher, maybe 1 minute.
He tricked us last time by 1 minute. That's why I had to be short, but it's a very long question, very long answer for this as well. First point, we don't do anything in UAE without consulting the private sectors. I sit on the Circular Economy Council. We issued 5 policies this year. They were all done by consulting the subject matter experts from the private sectors, either through a workshop or either by circulation of policies. We still have 17 policies to go. Second, we need to make sure they will come together, and this is a journey, not a switch on, switch off button. It will take some time. So both parties have to come together and work on what should be the right solution. Of course, as a corporation, you always want to make sure you're profitable. You're not in a charity program, definitely. You have to make money. Otherwise, you're going to be out of business. So there should be some incentive from the government as well. And the government need to take it in a staggered way of getting it done, which the UAE government, Dubai, is doing it, to be honest with you, for a very long time. So it's a very solid approach. At this point of time, we have certain regulations that need to be followed. The others are coming on the play as we speak. So it has to be a balancing act. But the overall question, what you asked, as homosipians, we always require guidance. We cannot work without regulations. And if people think that we can work, show me. We are on each other's throats with the regulation. Imagine without it. So that's my contribution.
No, perfect. I think also I can give you an example for on electric vehicles, for example, in Dubai. Initially, it was mandated on government authorities. So this is the model the Dubai government takes in terms of leading by example. And now we can see that the private sector is following and is actually exceeding these targets that are set by the government. We have more than 40,000 electric and hybrid vehicles in Dubai. Anyway, thank you so much, everyone, for this panel. Please feel free to reach out to the panelists after this panel, and I hope you enjoyed the panel as much as I did. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, our panelists, for the session. Now, we would like to announce the fourth winner. It's Mr. Ahmed Al-Isa. Please proceed to the registration desk to collect your reward. And now I would like to call upon Mr. Daniel Schwappach from Siemens Energy, the Head of Sustainable Energy Systems for Middle East and Africa, to address you for the next session titled Power to X.
Hello, can you hear me? Yes. Good afternoon. I need the slides. A bit too fast. Okay, well, then again, good afternoon. I'm here today to give you an update on the hydrogen power to X view from Siemens Energy. Market first. Let's step immediately into some market numbers to understand what's going on in the market, what are the expectations around hydrogen, blue as well green, and then basically also the derivatives in the power to X sector. So first of all, good news, still a huge growth expected. Numbers what we see is up to almost 700 million tons per annum in 2050. I think it's still an unbreakable growth rate what we see on the hydrogen side. That's, I think, one picture we always should keep in mind when we talk about hydrogen. The second view, we need to take a bit more on a regional perspective. Which role can Middle East play in the hydrogen production side? So basically, when you look at the numbers on the right-hand side of the slide, you see that Middle East can produce up to 490 million tons per annum for the overall amount of 700, what makes around about 7% of the entire consumption. So it's quite significantly. And this also to a very attractive price level. When you look at the numbers, you see a range of almost $1.2 per kilogram up to $2 per kilogram for the kg. So that's basically what report says and what we see. When we look a bit more into the details, look a bit more into the exact numbers on the regional level, what does it mean? How much Middle East really will produce? So first of all, when we look at the numbers here on the slide on the line of 2025, what we see that Europe and North America are the ones who producing the most hydrogen in 2025. But on the third place, already Middle East comes. So I think it's well placed among the top three for 2025. But actually what we see as soon as we look a bit into 2030, so another 5 years, we see that markets in Europe and North America actually grow quite significantly on the hydrogen production. Meanwhile, Middle East falls a bit behind. We see it goes down to place number 5. Other regions like Latin America, Oceania are the ones also have more growth on the hydrogen side. So, question came up. Why is this the case? Why the region lags behind in terms of let's say, increase of capacity? And I think I have another slide here which gives a bit of a slight answer what's happening right now. So when we look at the numbers here on this slide from IHS, we see that overall there's an announcement of around 484 gigawatts of electrolyzer capacity to be built up and operated in 2030. That's the amount you need to produce the amount of hydrogen we saw on the slide before. A fraction of it, around 8.5% of the gigawatts are announced in the Middle East region. Just I need to make you aware of in this 8.5%, you have also included Egypt, since Siemens Energy actually is including also Egypt in the Middle East region. What does it mean? So at the end, if we take Egypt out, we came to 5% of the global announced capacity to be built up by 2030 is in the Middle East region. Compared to the number I shared before, actually it's exactly, again, the 5% what we saw on the contribution in 2030. So why there are no more projects? I think that's the first question what came up. I think that's something we really need to look more deeply into, because the potential is there for Middle East. But compared to the rest of the world, there are not that many projects announced in the region. So the first call of action needs to be, we need to have more projects in Middle East to really cope and to speed up with the other regions. When we look a bit more at the right side of the slide, so how are the 45 gigawatts splitted? Actually, what we see in terms of numbers here, that the 45 gigawatts are more or less 95% of them in an early planning phase. So they are really early stage, not really in advanced planning stage yet. And there's a fraction also in implementing. It's mainly NEOM, as we all know, in the region. But again, 95% of the overall projects announced for the region are still in an early project phase. So also here, call for action. We need to push the projects from this early stage towards an advanced stage. And that's definitely effort and time. We need all to work together in order to get this really pushed through. And what's important in order to get this pushed through? First of all, we need to look at the business cases. The business cases are quite crucial for this region, for all the hydrogen projects, because the projects actually what we see in Europe and North America, they are heavily also state-owned funded. That's not the case for the hydrogen projects and Power-to-X projects here in the region. Therefore, the projects in the Middle East region itself needs to have a self-sustaining business case. Therefore, the slide like this becomes very important. Really carefully look at the business case, the use case for the hydrogen you want to follow up. And we now look into the slides with the first portion of it. The first most likely use cases we see, it's still in the mobility. So with trains, SUV, trucks, mid-sized vehicles, those are the ones most likely in 2030 already have profitable business case. As you could see on the first slide, hydrogen can be produced in this region quite cheap, and a small pack of 1.5 up to $2.5 per kilogram. So actually the numbers mentioned here can be made. There's also other industries in the mobility sector like shipping and aviation. They are also widely discussed currently, but there is a bit more difficult actually to really make the numbers in order to have attractive business cases. Further, we have on the next slide the policy-driven scenarios. There we see the steel, the DRI, and ammonia, for instance, with fertilizers or refineries. Surely also business cases maybe, as we can see, it's slightly at the edge of the production line in the middle, but still very difficult really to make the numbers profitable business case. That's why also policies here are required to really bring a certain portion of hydrogen into this type of business case. And finally, if we follow up on the required net zero targets our governments around the world have set based on the Paris Agreement, then the power generation and the building heat sector also becomes a topic, most likely, according to our estimation, rather something beyond 2030, nothing for now, but definitely something what we need to work on. In such a business case, it's the first step for the feasibility. We saw the 45 gigawatts in the early planning stage of project amounts. What it makes it even a bit more complex is this slide here, because hydrogen direct use cases are a starting point, but most of the projects are not really ending with hydrogen. We rather talk about derivatives like ammonia and methanol. And there's different pathways, how you can come from the green hydrogen to the ammonia or to the methanol. And I lead you quickly through. No worries, it's a difficult view, but we get it. So you always start from the left, surely, with wind or solar, with renewable energy, can be also geothermal or other sources, definitely. But basically, it's most likely for the low carbon hydrogen, it's something out of renewable power. Then you have the syngas generation. So depending what you want to produce, ammonia or you go with the methanol road, you need to capture for the ammonia the nitrogen, and you have then on top the synthesis process called Haber-Bosch process, where you then combine nitrogen with hydrogen and you end up with ammonia. What you can do with ammonia, you can use it for fertilizer production, and basically what's really good is on ammonia you can easily ship it around the world. That's why around 80 to 90% of the projects we see in the regions are ammonia projects right now. So that's something, a product which is industrialized and accepted. If you decide to go for the methanol route, then the topic of CO2 becomes a topic. We have to get the CO2. In Europe, it's mainly out of biomass. Biomass for this region is limited, so that means if you want to get some CO2 to produce methanol, it's maybe a topic of a direct air capturing, what you need to implement, still in innovation phase. But you may also saw maybe the latest announcements, what we have with Saudi Aramco to work on a test pilot. So there are projects in place to test, to see how cheap we really can capture CO2 out of the air. It's then be used to, in multiple different ways. Methanol to olefin route, for instance, in order to produce SAF is one of the possibilities. The sustainable aviation fuels directly blended into kerosene and can be used by aeroplanes as of today. But also you can go the road with a methanol to gasoline, and then you end up with gasoline what you directly can use in cars. One of the use cases we have built up is the project Harauni in south of Chile, together with diverse partners, for instance with Porsche. In this case, Porsche are the off-takes for the gasoline. So this stream has been built up and is in operation since last year. But it's still difficult to find here the right way for your specific project. And that's why also a lot of projects, what we saw in the funnel, still in the early stage, struggle with these issues. Business cases, the slide before, and the topic of what is this, the route you want to take for the derivatives. Question came up, so how can Siemens Energy can help? And that's, let's say, the answer I want to give you in the next couple of slides, what we can bring to the table in order to help you with these challenges. So first of all starts on the top with the customer-specific projects. So specific on your thoughts, your demands you have. We start with a look at the product itself. We came from a PEM point of view with a deep know-how, but also working on an alkaline solution. So that's the both products we can bring to the table for your specific project in order to make it most attractive in terms of levelized cost of hydrogen. Then we come to the integration layer. The integration layer, there we use and capitalize our experience on digital side, on our partners, what we have on the ammonia side, as well as on the methanol side. So we have here dedicated partners we're working with, for instance, for pre-feed feed studies to provide the full scope. Then we have renewables in-house, so Siemens Gamesa Group, as well as we have a task force for PV, where we can also integrate renewables in your specific project. So that's on the integration layer in order to accomplish the Power-to-X map what you saw before. And then there's another layer for us, they're called solution layer. The solution layer is actually the layer where we capitalize our experience from turnkey solution from power plants. So there we can really also build up full turnkey solution if required. Having the different overview in mind, what is the starting point? The starting point of such a solution is a comprehensive techno-economical simulation. This we do normally as we have a project in the early, let's say, feasibility stage. So there we have a MILP optimization function in place where we can bring all the different components in you can think of. So it's quite flexible, quite open. And we start normally with inputting some data together with customers on the macroeconomical level, like commodities, like the prices for gas, technology, Surely also considered on the technology side, we need the CapEx and the OpEx, these specific RAM rates. All this is put together in one calculation, in one optimization. And then we need to define the target function. For the target function itself, normally we optimize for TOTEX, CapEx and OpEx combined. But it can be also other different optimization functions like the CO2, for instance. The model itself produced then a suggestion, what are the technologies being built up? What are the optimal capacity you need? How does the operation profile look like over an entire year? And basically we can also, with the starting point of 1 year simulation, also deep dive into a life cycle simulation for the hydrogen plant. So we have built up our own digital twin on a Python-based script in order to simulate the full life cycle. With this, we can produce technical KPIs as well as commercial KPIs for the hydrogen plant to give a detailed view how to optimize the operation profile based on the specific renewable input. Having these numbers, we can then go into a more detailed planning phase, the pre-feed and feed phase. What do we use there? So we use our electrolyzer, the C-Lyzer 300, as the core product with 70.5 megawatt, the 335 kilogram hydrogen production per hour, and scale this up to the specific project you have or we have calculated in the techno-economical simulation. The standard reference design is with 6 C-Lysers, so it's in the ballpark of 100 megawatt. With the standard design, actually we can also reduce the cost in order to make the project really also commercial viable. And that's then also the starting point for us to look from the reference plant down to the system. The system, again, it's the C-Lyzer, but the C-Lyzer itself contains also then the transformers and the rectifiers as part of the system. Under the system level, we have the modules, so such as C-Lyzer normally consists out of 6 modules with 4 stacks. So overall, we talk about 24 stacks. Such a modularization and then the final array we do normally locally. And here our local footprint, our worldwide local footprint comes into the game where we can easily leverage our manufacturing capacities we have worldwide, so we can build up on our, let's say, facilities we have easily to get the grouping and final assembly in place. The stack itself is produced centrally in Berlin, highly optimized in order to drive the costs down, and secondly, to get the latest R&D very fast pushed through the stack manufacturing. And yeah, the manufacturing was just open last week, so I'm more than happy to share, let's see, it works, to share the opening ceremony with you. So as I said, opening was last week officially with German government and a lot of other representatives. One of them surely also our partner Air Liquide, as you could see in the video. So that's a joint manufacturing, what we have built up in Berlin, and therefore we have also certain offtake from Air Liquide side. The factory itself, maybe take a quick look at the numbers, is built right now for 1 gigawatt, but this facility is, as of today, able to produce up to 3 gigawatt on a yearly base. It's just about the shifts, what we need to scale. Right now, we talk about 1 shift. Beyond that, if required by the market, we can easily build up further gigawatt capacities in the same building. So it's just half of the hall is used. So as the math can show, we can easily ramp up to 6 and even more gigawatts in the same hall. So quite significantly to contribute to the market demand. And depending on as the market demand we see, we will also further then accelerate the manufacturing there. Then quick look on the references. So on the Sealizer 300, we have a proven track record of projects. First one was in Austria, Linz. It was built in 2018, is operating since 2019, which also gives us quite good data amount of operational data, which are important again to drive costs down, to optimize the stack and the entire area at the end. Further projects are in operation like Wunsiedel and Oberhausen. The project Kassel with the methanol production is in erection, in commissioning phase. We have chemical company which I cannot disclose here with another 50 megawatt. What we are going to build up, flagship 1 is in erection, and Normandy with 200 megawatt is signed a couple of weeks ago, and it's also going now into the detailed engineering phase. So I think a quite good track record. It shows also start small and then accelerate in a meaningful way. That's how we do it. But the sizes of 200 megawatt, it already shows scaling happens, and the plants, let's say, are up and running. And there's more to come, promise. So there are more good promising projects in the funnel. Build up the pilot projects up to large-scale plants. One final question remains. How to ensure energy production and energy imports and energy consumption really come from renewable sources, or at least carbon neutral sources? And for this question, actually, we build on our digital solution, what we have in-house. We build up a so-called clean energy certification process that's based on a blockchain technology. And what this certification does is actually creating certificates on each of the steps. So you create already, when you produce the green renewables certificate, you virtually connect this certificate to the electricity, and you send it then to the storage, from the storage to the next process. And the next process, as soon as you convert the green renewable, the green electrons into green molecules, for instance, the old certificate will be scrapped and a new one will be shaped. A new one will be created in the blockchain, which shows the green, for instance, hydrogen is produced with green renewables. Then it goes to the next process, for instance, to the ammonia process, Haber-Bosch, or the methanol process. Again, all certificate will be scrapped, and then it goes into, will produce a new one saying the methanol or ammonia is green. So that's how it works, step by step. And finally, for the end user, there will be a certificate in place telling that's carbon neutral hydrogen or carbon neutral derivatives produced out of renewables or carbon neutral sources. To sum it up, so I showed you the full integration solution with the different layers, the global market setup, what we have, we can use to build up easily also local facilities, renewable technologies and reliable technologies with the track record what we have already on the Sealizer 300. We have already collected around 200,000 equivalent operating hours. scalable solution. The 100 megawatt reference plant is in place to further reduce costs. And finally, with the energy consulting, with the techno-economical simulation, we can help to identify the best use case for your specific project. And with this, I'm through so far, and I think we have still a bit time for a couple of questions.
Just regarding the production timeline, lead time, we talked about 2 to 3 years. You know, last couple of years have been very long lead times. What would you say your lead time is now for 20 or 40, 50 megawatt?
The current lead times on the electrolyzer side, on the C-lyzer side, actually are not the main issue. Yeah, the main issue we'll face is rather on the rectifiers and the transformers. Because right now they are all demanded by all the renewable energy you see around the world, even not really connecting to a hydrogen project. That's why that's the most urgent things, or the longest lead times we see. For the electrolyzer itself, it's below 2 years. So it's easily normally in the normal target time zone, because we are normally used to ship the electrolyzer quite late. You don't need them on site when you have civil works ongoing and piping works, so we bring them normally quite late, and that's why we can manage below 2 years significantly. Yeah. Can you use the mic? Otherwise, it's difficult to catch.
Sorry, right now the transformers and rectifiers, they're running what, 3 or 4 years now, or how's the?
Depending also which one and how much, but they're let's say above 2 years. I wouldn't say it's 3 years, but it's in the ballpark between 2 to 3 years, I would say right now. Any other questions so far? There's one.
Thank you. What is the challenges to reduce the production cost?
The challenges to the packaging cost, you said?
Production cost.
Production cost, what are the challenges?
Yeah.
We need to look a bit at the technologies when we look at the production costs. For the PEM itself, it's the main cost driver, the iridium. You have iridium and platinum, so that's are the most, let's say, expensive material you use for producing a PEM membrane. On the iridium side and also on the platinum side, we have running quite significantly R&D projects in order to reduce the amount of the iridium. So the first tests are quite promising, even it's not implemented yet in the stack, but it will drive the cost significantly down as soon as we can reduce the iridium. Secondly, the topic of compression is a very important one. I mean, there's almost no business case, no project really without compression. So the question is, how much is the compression at the starting point, and what are the required compression? So that's why, for instance, we're working on a high compressurized version for the PEM technology as in our next generation. With this, we will also drive cost further down, because we saw that compression makes up to 30% of the cost.
Thank you.
Hi, thanks for the presentation. I had a question about how do you think, I mean, as you see, there's a lot of production for electrolyzers in China. How does Siemens plan on competing? You guys are producing the stack in Germany, in Berlin now. But as I understand, the cost to compete with the Chinese production facilities who are manufacturing, you know, much more than what Europe is manufacturing at the moment. Do you see Siemens as having a strategy to manufacture the stack and the critical components in Germany, and then doing the full assembly of the packages of the full electrolyzers outside Germany to be more cost competitive compared to and have a place in the market, especially when you see the project costs being being in a tremendous amount of pressure to implement green hydrogen?
First of all, I would like to encourage you to look in detailedly into the numbers, right? So because when we look in both technologies, because Chinese rather produce alkaline, we produce the PEM. So look at the complete numbers, not just the capex. Surely capex-wise, agreed, alkaline is cheaper than the PEM, but we see significant more costs on the operation side. So the OPEX costs going up due to the degradation and basically the corrosion you have on the alkaline side. So that you need to factor in your entire calculation. Meanwhile, we see also technology advantages on the PEM side as soon as it comes more to a volatile operation. Alkaline switching off and starting too many times over the year, it's not a good idea. Meanwhile, the PEM is not a problem. And third, they are much faster in the ramp up. So the PEM, the Silaser 300 actually has 10% in 1 second ramp rate. So 10% of the power or the output can be produced within 1 second, and then you accelerate it up to 40 seconds to 100%. So that's something what alkaline cannot do. That's why the answer, first of all, is not necessarily the PEM needs to compete on the capex. It needs to compete on the overall costs. Then it needs to compete on a specific project, which maybe is rather better to have a PEM than an alkaline. Then surely we look into the iridium as I just described, right? So we try to take out the highest cost efforts. This makes the project even more cheaper. Then the compression is another cost driver we try to work on. And your point, finally, producing in China or Germany is maybe not a matter of cost, because at the end, whether I have the robots, 20 robots standing in Berlin or in China, it makes no difference. Robots cost the same. But that's why I don't see the issue. Another one. I think time's up.
Hello. First of all, thank you very much for the nice presentation. I'm Pablo from Masdar. Do you truly believe the range of price for the green hydrogen to become between 2.2, I think, and 1.6 you presented in the slide by 2030? And if so, what is the cost you assume in that calculation of the renewables? And are you planning also to utilize, 24/7 for that price to reach that level? Thank you.
So the price ranges you saw for the production of the hydrogen, the 1.2 or even the upper range of 2, 2.5. I mean, that's market data, right? So I took some reports just to share what actually market data say. There's another view where we see from project perspective right now, depending on the electricity price and the availability about the electricity over 24 hours, it's may achievable, but it's tough, right? What's important, I think, first thing, economies of scale, it's normally at its maximum around 500 megawatt. That's what we see. So first thing to drive costs down, build 500 megawatt plus, then you're in a good range of economies of scale on the EPC side as well as on the system side. Try to optimize the renewable, and basically you have a 24-hour supply, because the capex, the capacity factor plays a significant role. Yeah. So if you come down to 50 or below 50%, I have never seen a calculation that you make the numbers. And since we in UAE we mainly rely on PV, there's this question how to come up above the 33%, right? So I see the challenge. I think it, depending where you supply the hydrogen to, you may capitalize the electricity from the nuclear plant in order to have a 80-90% operation, and then I think the numbers are more or less achievable. But if not, then it's going to be quite hard. Good. Then, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Daniel Schwappach. Now we would like to call Ms. Noura Al-Bloushi from DIWA, who will be addressing her session on digital tagging.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Noura Al-Bloushi from Dubai Electricity and Water Authority, and today I will be introducing to you digital tagging, the new addition to our mobility devices. Okay, so the table of content will be as followed. First, I will give you a brief introduction about the strategies, Dubai strategies, and then I will give you a background of this project. What is digital tagging, the old and new practice, and at the end I will show you the benefits. Okay, next slide. Thank you. Okay, so you are currently in Dubai, right? Either you are living here. Okay. So either you are living here, or you are visiting the country, or you are working in Dubai and living in other cities. So it's like Sharjah, Abu Dhabi, or any other city. So you know, like Dubai have a certain goal. They want to be a certain type of a station, a certain type of a city. Can anyone here from the guests guess which city Dubai is aiming to be? From what you have, like even if you are visiting just Dubai, can you guess what is the type of city that we want to be? It's not innovation. Actually, Dubai is planning to be a smart city. So Dubai has launched this strategy long time back based on, they have driven this from UAE strategy. They have announced that they want to be a smart Dubai. So based on that, certain strategies has been published and launched after that. One of them is Dubai paperless strategy. Of course, if you want to be a smart, you should start first by paperless. So why in 2023 I'm talking still about paperless? No, we are not like that. Actually, we have been paperless a long time back. So of course, those strategies has been incorporated to DIWA. DIWA has added them in their strategic map under leading through digital DIWA and to minimize environmental footprint as well. Okay, so as I have mentioned, the strategy was not launched today. It was launched a long time back in 2018, February. And all the sectors, whatever is working under Dubai, they have took this strategy and they have started working to eliminate all the paperwork that they are doing. So internal and external. DIWA as well did the same. We are under distribution operations, so we have started as well right after that, 2 months only, and we have started working on paperless. And we have complete all the paperless for all the processes until 2020, except for only one process. And you will tell me why at the end when I will be explaining in the next few slides. You will tell me as an audience why we have only took this one process and we did not do paperless for that process. So this process is currently paperless because we have started digital tagging. So it's a tagging process. And I will explain to you what is tagging, like what is permit, why we are using permit. So, and if you see an electrical network, for example, of course it requires a daily, for example, maintenance to or daily introduction for a new station or deletion or any other work on the network itself. How to make it safe for the workers to work on that is through having a certain proper process through isolation and grounding and ensuring that this equipment is safe and have a minimum clearance for others to work on it. So permit is actually to allow a certain party to work on our network or a certain part of the network and to ensure it's meeting their minimum clearance and safety requirements. Okay, in DIWA we have 3 types of permits. In the world it's called red permit and we are calling it as work permit, so we have the red permit. We have the yellow permit, it's called in DIWA caution permit. And of course, we have the isolation tag wherever we are having any isolation point. So what is the differences? The differences as follow. The red permit, it's red, which means it's dangerous to work on a certain equipment if it's on. So it should be off. It should be a dead circuit so you can work on it. So for the work permit, for the red one, as I said, it's dead and it requires isolation and grounding. However, for caution permit, for instance, if you are working in a protection device and it's okay to work on a live condition, it will be given to you as a caution permit. For isolation tag, it's usually assigned wherever we have, it's usually coming with work permit, and it's usually placed on the isolation points in the network. So let's take an example on that. So here we have substation 1, substation 2, and substation 3. For instance, I have a certain job to be done on substation number 2. So in case of that, we need to, of course, isolate the network from the far end, and to make it safe for the maintenance people to come and work on the network. So what I will issue work permit on the substation 2, and I need to identify where is the isolation points in substation 1 and 3. Why? Because each of them located geographically differently. So if someone is working substation 2, another worker will come and be in substation 1, he will not energize the line in substation number 2. I think it's clear right now, right? So now the question is for the audience. So I explained why we have had this process to the end, why we did not start it earlier. So what do you think the reason will be? Sorry? One of the points, but everyone is going for mobile workforce, so it's kind of, now they are already started the process for mobile workforce. Can someone else guess what is the reason? Why I have issued the work permit from beginning? Due to safety-wise. Safety-wise, because it's one of the critical processes, and we wanted to start first to be confident in our mobile workforce, then to start at the end something very critical in our network, because it can, if a mistake is there, it can lead to other consequences. Okay, so in the work permit process, as I have explained to you, I am as a field crew, I am operator, I will come, I will issue the work permit first, and then the guy from the maintenance, he will accept or receive this work permit. After he's done from his work, he will return to me the work permit, and I will collect it from him. So those are the processes that has been automated in the new device. So the old practice, as I have said, and it's used still in the world as well, they are using papers to give the clearance for the others to work on a certain equipment. And for DIWA, previously in 2018, they were using 35,000 papers just for this process, only this is a single simple process. Of course, to eliminate all that, we have went paperless, and we have introduced a new tags. As you can see here, it's NFC based. It's a flexible PVC type of material, and it will be reused every time. And in the mobility device, we have a SAP mobility. All the data will be captured there. So in case if someone wants to view the information which was previously written, currently you need to scan, and all the detail will appear. So if you scan, you can see them in the SAP mobility. It will be reflected as well in the back office. So anyone in the office as well, they can view the tag, if they have authority, of course. So let's see a video of it's a screen record of one of the tablets that we have in the site. So, okay, they need to play the video. Okay, so starting here, if you are having a mobility, you are an operator, for example, you need now to prepare before the working party is coming to the site. You need to fill a certain information there. And for example, for a certain type of work, you will be issuing isolation tag in this case, in the video.
Isolation tag for this outage. Okay. So we can see the symbol here. So on the side, press this, we'll get the window.
When you press, you can scan through NFC,
isolation tag.
or you can enter into NFC.
Isolation tag, IS space 00
And usually, all the information that you were writing down, currently, it will be directly fetched and taken from the outage record. For example, you have a certain outage in SAP system, it will automatically take and capture all the details and fill it. So no need for a rework here, and no need for you to note down every single detail. Only the things which you, for example, where the ground was, which was done by field operator, here we need to fill those kind of details. So we have automation, we have taken all the data from the outage plan, and we have reflected it as well in the application.
Finish button. It will ask for confirming the data. Once data is confirmed correct, we'll press yes.
Of course, you can see the noise because it's actually in the field. You will see it through the camera as well of the tablet itself. Okay, so since he's done, in case if he wants to delete, if he did some mistakes, he can delete before even sending the data to the back end.
The isolation tag is not yet assigned. We have the option to discard the tag if you
this
want.
This actually was done during the testing. So I'm showing you the testing. So the live will be soon, inshallah, within January 2024.
By clicking on sync.
So once he syncs the data, the isolation tag will be available in the system, and then he can place the tag, the reusable tags there, and all the information will appear to both working party and to him, and as well to the control room, which is our back office.
The isolation tag has been assigned. We can view the tag by long pressing the item.
And only authorized people can view those kind of details. Earlier, we had a paper, so it was displayed in the substation. Anyone can come and view the data, which is sensitive data. It's operational data. However, currently, no, it's not the case. You only have to be authorized to view the data. So this is how it's placed in the site.
We have only one sample tag.
Okay, so this is how the process is going and how it was digitalized. And instead of paper, we are having it digitally. As you can see, the detail he was filled, both ends, for example, for grounding, was reflected as well. And you can view all this data will be archived. Earlier, it was paper, very hard to identify which paper is related to which outage. Okay, so as I was going through it, I was explaining to you the benefit actually. So the first benefit is safety. Safety of the information and the security of the information. No one can see the data unless if they are authorized. Earlier, it was not the case. It was printed. Anyone can access those data. Of course, we are 100% paperless. We are reducing a huge amount of papers per year, and we are reducing CO2 as well. We are minimizing the data entry. No need for him to fill every single detail, the outage number, the substations. Everything is switched automatically from the system, and he needs to enter the minimum amount of data, which reduces as well the number of errors that we are having. And it will do one extra thing, auto-authentication. What do I mean by auto-authentication? So actually, for you to work on a network, you are having a certain, trainings you need to go through every few years. For example, every 2 years, you need to go through a certain training. Okay, so in case if your training period has been over, then you need to do a second training, and you went to the site, still you are not authorized, the system will not accept you to take the permit. So you will not be able to accept that permit. Only another person, another colleague from your department maybe can receive this permit. So it will auto-check the authentication of the operator and as well the site engineer. And as I have mentioned, it will minimize the manual work and the rework, and it's a durable tags. Why I am saying durable tags? Because it's a flexible PVC, and it will not be damaged, and it have a high life cycle compared to a paper. Paper can be easily ripped, if water was splitted, it will be damaged and so on. So our information is saved correctly, and it's secure as well. So this is the end of my presentation. If you have any question, of course, you can ask us. And as I've mentioned, this is still in the go live stage. We will go live after SAP HANA, because we have a major migration for SAP HANA. It will end in December, and in January, inshallah, the application will be live as well. Thank you everyone for listening. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask me. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Noor Al-Blushi. Now announcing the fifth winner, it's Hamad Al-Shibli. Please proceed to the registration desk to claim your reward. Ladies and gentlemen, let us all welcome Dr. Pablo Blanco from Masdar to address the session on energy storage technology towards a net zero target. Thank you.
Hello? Hi, yes. Can you hear me well? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Pablo. I work as a technology lead in Masdar since a bit more than 6 years now. Expert on solar, PV, and energy storage solutions as well. So today, I'm going to be talking about, how energy storage technologies can help us to reach the net zero target. And let's start. Now it's working. So this is the outline of the presentation for today. We're going to be focusing first on what are the drivers for energy storage. We will talk later on what are the different technologies to store energy that are available as of today, and what are the applications where we can utilize these energy storage solutions. At the end, I will present real cases of what Masdar has done so far in terms of commercially scale development of energy storage projects. And we will summarize with some takeaways that I hope everyone will take home today. Let's start with the energy drivers. Global factors that are driving the use of energy storage is, first of all, policies. So governments are already announcing worldwide that they have, strong targets to reach net zero carbon goals by 2050. A few examples: many countries in Europe, in the UK, states in the US like California, UAE also, where we are, Canada, Japan, South Korea, just to name a few of them. This is, helping to bring new technologies into the space of the electricity market, and not only the energy storage, but also carbon capture technologies as well. Another driver or another factor is that, as we will see later on, renewable energy technologies have dropped the cost quite considerably in the last decade, and due to that, there is an expectation to reach about 5,000 gigawatt of installed capacity by 2040. Of course, these are predictions. These numbers change from year to year as we move ahead, but we will see also how energy storage will play a key role on the integration of renewables as well. For example, a few years back in 2018, overall worldwide there were about 9 gigawatt of energy storage installed worldwide. This number is going to increase to around 1,000 gigawatt by 2040. So you can see the scale that is planned to be deployed commercially in the near future. We've seen also the cost of lithium-ion batteries, dropping quite dramatically. In less than 1 decade, it dropped more than 85%, which this results in wider use of this technology. And then just to mention a few markets, of course, we have markets like Germany, Spain, France, in Europe, that they are pushing and getting a lot of penetration of renewables. The UK as well. China is growing, it's a big market, despite it's only 9% of electricity generated from renewables. they are increasing that figure. Another driver I mentioned before is the renewable energies. So we've seen how solar and wind has become very competitive. Worldwide is the most cost-competitive energy source today, and there is no need anymore, since many years back, of any kind of subsidies like it was back in 2010 and 11. There were a few countries, to provide, feed-in tariffs to support the integration of renewables. To give you some figures to keep in your mind, 2017, so 6 years ago, Masdar presented the record lowest bid at that time for a solar project that is located here in Dubai, in the Moahmmed bin Rashid Al Maktoum solar park. This is the phase 3 of that park, and the cost was below, $30 per megawatt hour. We're talking about below 3 cents per kilowatt hour. So this is really very low price at that time. And just 3 years later, 2020, again, Masdar, TACA with our partners, EDF and Jinko Power, we were awarded the 2 gigawatt Al Dhafra project, which is going to be inaugurated pretty soon. And in that span of 3 years, the cost, you can see the reduction is more than 50%. So we passed from $30 per megawatt hour to $13.5 per megawatt hour. So this is incredibly low, incredibly cost effective, and you will not find any other source, conventional or not, that can reach that level of a levelized cost of electricity. So all that looks very nice, very low, cheap electricity, but of course, still there are challenges on the renewables, and this is what we are going to talk about right now. Renewables are very good, yes, very cheap, but the challenges basically are shown there. They are intermittent. It's not a bad thing to be intermittent because we can predict them. There are prediction tools that they can be quite accurate in the short term, but they are variable, of course. These sources are variable. Availability is also another issue, especially, as you know, solar PV is only available when the sun shines. So this is only during daytime. At night, there is no renewable energy from the sun. And on the wind side, it's more variable. It can be, some days you might not have wind at all. Other days, it might be up and down. Other concerns about the renewables is the reliability and the stability. So the more renewable energies we put into the mix, into the generation mix, the more issues in order to control those intermittencies for the grid operator. And as you know, we always have to match the demand with the generation. So if the generation is renewable and it has intermittencies, then you need to match it. And this is putting some stress on the operator of the grid. What I saw on the right figure, this is what is known as the solar power DAC curve. I don't know if you heard about it. Sorry for those that are experts and they understand it, but I would like to spend a couple of minutes so that you can understand what is the real issue of the renewable energy, especially the solar in this case. As I said before, solar only works during the day. And as you can see, let me check if the laser works. Yeah, green laser. So this is the 24-hour demand of power, net demand. So it's not the real demand in California, but the net demand, which means it's the total demand minus the solar generation, okay? And the solar generation happens only in the middle of the day, here. So that's why you see this curve going down, okay? So here is the demand in 2019 for California, and you can see that the demand went down because of the generation of the solar. The installed capacity of solar in California in 2019, it was lower than 2020, 21, and 22. So why this happens is because everyone in the morning, there is a peak, typically here when everyone wakes up, start cooking, having breakfast, put all the appliances, and then all that demand goes up. And then by 9 a.m., you start to have solar generation. This means that, you know, all the solar, if it's taken, the net demand will go slightly down, okay? So this is fine. The maximum peak of solar is around midday, so it's around noon time. And then this is where the problem occurs, right? Let's say in the evening, right? In the late afternoon when it's approaching the sunset, the solar generation goes down, and then the demand, on the other hand, goes up because everyone goes home and then start to switch on again, start cooking, and that's what typically happens in many countries. So what happens at this point is that the grid controller, the ones needs to kick in another source to accommodate, you know, the loss of the energy that is coming from the sun. And of course, this becomes more stressful because from this point to this point, let's say you have 3 hours to ramp up, let's say about 3 gigawatt. But in the case where you deploy more solar, in the case where you move to 2020 where there was more solar already operational, we are talking that you will have to have at least 6 to 7, you know, gigawatt of ramping up by another source because of the renewable. And that's the important thing here, right? That's renewable is very nice, yes, it's very cheap, but by bringing those renewables, you are putting stress on the grid, and you need additional resources. How do I explain this? Is because today we're talking about energy storage. So imagine if the excess of energy that you have during the central hours of the day, you could store in a battery, let's say, and then you could ramp up the battery. They are able to provide electricity pretty quick. So you can utilize the batteries to release the stress on the network. Let's talk now about technologies related to energy storage. But before doing that, I would like to spend a couple of minutes because I've seen so many times, especially in the media, you know, publications where they confuse what is power with energy. And I think that is very important to distinguish this. Sorry for the experts in the audience, but I think it's good that we also, you know, teach how this is different, you know. And I really hope that when you go home, those that you don't really understand very well these terms, you will be able to distinguish, you know, what is power and energy. So basically, energy is a power multiplied by time. So you keep power for a certain time, and that will be energy. You can see that. Oh, sorry, if I can go back. Yeah. On this plot over here, we have power versus time. So you can have both of them, the green one and the blue one, they have the same energy. And that could be reached by having double the power from 5 to 10 in half the time. That gives exactly the same energy. Also, if we use the analogy of a tank, energy is related to the size of the tank. You can see the tank here at the bottom. So the larger is the size of the tank, the larger is the energy I can store. Then the pipes is what is related to the power. So the bigger is the pipe, the more water I can take out, the more power I can take. And the valves help me to control that power. I cannot go over the maximum power of the pipe can give, but I can close the valve and get less power. So this is the analogy of a battery. It's exactly the same thing. You have a battery, you can size how much energy you want to have inside the battery, the capacity, but also you can check what is the power of the battery by in the analogy to put larger, you know, pipes or not. And of course, a term that we typically look into the batteries is what is the state of charge. That will be the level of, you know, the water inside the tank. Sorry if that sounds pretty basics, but I think it's very important. So the units that we measure power is typically kilowatt, megawatt, gigawatt. And when we talk about energy, you need to have the unit of time. So it's kilowatt hour, megawatt hour, gigawatt hour. So I hope that next time you see that in an article, you will distinguish immediately, you know, when it's talking someone about power or it's talking about energy. And many times, unfortunately, they mess up the units. Let's see very quickly what are the, you know, the different kind of technologies. You will find in the literature many different, you know, classifications. But here I wanted to present, you know, the most well-known, you know, technologies and classifications. So there is mechanical, and this is, you know, pretty obvious. There is something that most of the times is moving, rotating, and that rotation can generate, you know, electricity. Whether we use it in pump hydro, where there is a turbine that is being rotated by the effect of water. Compressor, the same thing. There is another turbine that is rotating by the pressure of air, and then flywheels is very similar. It's a rotating big mass that you know, is accelerating, and then you can use that kinetic energy whenever it's needed. Electrochemical, probably the most known energy storage, batteries or flow batteries, they are part of it. Electrical with supercapacitors, there is chemical, with the fuel cell electrolyzer. Before there was one talk about you know, the electrolyzer from Siemens Energy. Thermochemical, to create solar fuel, solar hydrogen, where you use the energy of the sun, the temperature, the heat. And then you have thermal energy storage. Typically we use either the sensible heat or the latent heat. So sensible heat is basically increasing the temperature of a body and then storing the energy in form of heat. And when we refer to latent heat is when there is a phase change. For example, ice. So ice, you need, you know, when you have ice in solid state and you melt it, that process will release energy when you pass from solid to liquid, and the other way around, from liquid to solid, you will have to apport energy. And this is just to show you that, you know, depending on, there are multiple phases when there is a new technology. You always start from research, and here there is a comparison between two different sources, but at two different times, you know, of what are, you know, most of these energy storage technologies. But just to keep in mind that, you know, there is always several steps that you have to go through, and typically you start from research at the lab scale with a new technology, maybe new chemistry of battery, and then next step is you move into the development phase where you try to do a small prototype before going to the next step, which is the demonstration. This is already a large-scale system to prove how the system behaves, and before going to the deployment. So this is typically the curve when you put the capital investment time risk. The peak usually is at, depending on the source, but typically when you move into the demonstration. Why? Because you need a lot of capital to do a real size demo. And there are some risks associated to that, despite you have proven in the lab and the pilot that it was working before. And then once they move into the deployment, then it's a matter of whether this technology is widely adopted or not. There are economies of scales, and there are different technologies, and we can mention, for example, the batteries. They are today considered, you know, a mature technology. It doesn't mean that they are not doing more research about new chemistries. They do. But it's already mature because it's widely, you know, utilized. And the different technologies, the different that we mentioned, I presented before, like for example, flywheels, batteries, pump hydro, compressed energy storage. They are not all of them made for the same case. So it depends usually on what is the, you know, the power that you require, and also depends on the amount of time, so the energy. Okay, so for example, a very well-known pump hydro typically is made for large applications where you need a lot of hours of energy storage, and it requires also typically large power. And this is basically because it costs quite a bit to build a pump hydro, and you need to have some specific geography to do that. And that's the reason why, you know, it's at the right end of the graph. On the other hand, for example, flywheels are typically made for short duration. Typically, they need to release the energy that they have accumulated within seconds, maybe to a couple of minutes maximum. And this doesn't mean, for example, here when you see the lithium-ion batteries, this is probably moving more to the right today and also more to the top because it's becoming cost competitive. Having that said, this doesn't mean that the lithium-ion batteries, they cannot deliver the energy, within seconds or milliseconds, but they are not made only to provide the full energy of the system at that time. If we look specifically into the batteries now, there are certain, different chemistries as they are shown here in this graph. So we all know lithium-ion batteries, but maybe less known sodium-sulfur, which they are only deployed at the commercial scale here in the UAE. There are vanadium flow batteries and other technologies. In this plot, we can see the round-trip efficiency is one of the key parameters that you have to look at. This means, if I put 1 kilowatt hour into the battery, how much I can get back. Lithium-ion batteries are well known because they can go up to 95% of energy that you can recover. So if I put 100 kilowatt, I can get 95, let's say. Other technologies are well known that this round-trip efficiency is lower, below 75%, like for example, the vanadium flow battery. But on the other hand, they have a very large number of cycles that they can utilize. So typically, what's going on now is that those technologies are trying to move this more to the right, try to improve the round-trip efficiency, while the ones that are on this side of the plot, they are trying to increase, the number of cycles. When you decide or you are looking for an energy storage solution, especially in batteries, you need to take into account, different parameters. We are always focused on cost in our side. We developed commercial renewable energy projects, so cost is an important parameter for us, but it's not the only one. For example, if you are talking about vehicles, electric mobility, maybe you might be looking at energy density. So you are interested to have a chemistry that is able to give you a lot of energy and power, but that doesn't weigh too much. Otherwise the vehicle will consume more. Let's have a look at the applications. Energy storage and especially batteries, they can, complete the ecosystem in the grid. You can place basically energy storage, and now we are talking about batteries specifically, but you can place them anywhere. You can place them, where there is the generation, together with the renewables, with other sources, at the transmission line, at the distribution line, at the end user as well. So today, these batteries, they provide a lot of services, as we're going to see right now. So what are the services that typically you can get from those? They are multiple, I would say. For example, regarding the regulation of the grid, they can help, to match what I said before, the demand and the generation. They can provide services on the frequency control. This is very important. When you have more demand than generation, the frequency goes out of the 50 Hz that should be all the time. And this is how the grid controllers keep, the control on the grid. They look at the frequency and they try to match the generation and the demand. So batteries, they are able to deliver and to absorb energy pretty quick. And that's why they are ideal for this kind of services. They can support on the voltage control, load following, and so on. Another important point is the investment deferral. And then, this is related to when you have a congestion in the grid, and instead of building a new transmission line, you might decide to put a battery on that congestion area so that you don't have to invest in the grid itself. This sometimes happens because, only for a couple of hours a day, that area is getting a lot of demand, and the grid is getting saturated. So what you can do is at the distribution level, you could put a battery, and then for those 2 hours, the energy, instead of coming from the transmission line, it will come from the battery. You put the battery close to the consumer, and then you release, the stress on the grid. So this is what typically is called as an investment deferral. You can put batteries to avoid investing on the grid. At a certain point, of course, it has a limit, and at a certain point, you might decide to build a new transmission line, but you can defer that on time. What else can do batteries off-grid? Yes, definitely. If you are completely, isolated from the grid in a remote area, remote location, then you will need batteries definitely to create, the grid and to have the power supply 24/7. As an example, I would like to mention our outdoor test facility that we have in Majd City in Abu Dhabi. This outdoor test facility runs completely on renewables 24/7. Is a fully off-grid system. We are not connected to any grid. We generate the energy during the day. We accumulate that energy, in the batteries, and then during the night, these batteries will provide the energy required, at the test facility, which is mainly cooling. They can provide also batteries backup reserves, black start, and another important point, arbitrage. Arbitrage is when basically you charge the battery when the price of electricity is low, and then you sell it back when the prices are high. This only works in some countries where the market allows to do that, which is not the case here in the UAE. And just to give you an idea, when we talk about the batteries, this is how it looks like. It can be containerized, the full system, so it will be plug and play. You can very quickly deploy an energy storage solution based on lithium-ion batteries, for example. And the main components are the following. You have the batteries here where you store the energy. Then you have, the PCS. Basically, the PCS is the system that converts the power from DC, because I didn't mention, but the batteries, they work on DC, direct current. And typically what you have at home, it utilizes AC, alternate current. So you need to convert DC into AC, and this is typically done by the PCS, by the power conversion system. Then we have also PMS, which is also called the EMS, the Energy Management System, or the Power Management System. So this is like the brain. This is the system that measures the energy fluxes. So how much we are generating from the renewables, what is the status of the battery. Let's charge the battery. Once the battery is charged, then let's feed into the grid. So the PMS is like the brain, I would say. And then we have also the BMS, which is the battery management system, which takes care of the batteries itself. It's always monitoring what's going on in the batteries. It's measuring like the temperature of the batteries, and then if some cells or some pack is going out of normal, then it will stop the battery for providing energy for safety reasons. So now let me show you what we are doing, or what we have done so far at Masdar with energy storage at the commercial scale. I would like to start with this interesting project. It is called Badwind. It's a battery of 1 megawatt power, 1 megawatt hour energy. So it has the capacity to keep 1 megawatt for 1 hour. And this battery was plugged to a floating offshore wind farm that we have in Scotland, together with Equinor. It was the first time that such an energy system was plugged to an offshore floating wind farm. And this battery and the testing that we did for over a year allow us to understand much better how storage can help to utilize better the renewable sources, especially in this case was wind. And also it helped us to cultivate, within our organization, the culture to look into energy storage solutions, because this is something that at that time, back in 2018, we saw that there will be more and more needed, the energy storage. A very nice project that I have, I was lucky to visit personally, even before I joined Masdar. This is a project located in Spain, where I come from, and this was the first commercial CSP plant, concentrated solar power plant, that was running with molten salt as the heat transfer fluid and at the same time energy storage. So this plant was able to produce 24/7 electricity only with solar energy. And this is back to 2011. So this is not now, the technology is there. Why these technologies are not being deployed further is because maybe there is no need to have such requirement of long duration energy storage yet, because there is no much penetration of renewables yet, so there is no much disturbance of the intermittency like I mentioned before, but this is gonna change. We see right now happening projects that require not only the renewable energy part, but also energy storage coupled to that. Because, at certain point, if you put everything renewable, you will have a very unstable grid. And now the authorities and the governments, they saw that and they are requesting. They started requesting 1 hour energy storage. Now we see a lot of 2 hours, 4 hours, 6, 8. At certain point, we will reach the level where these kind of projects will be required. But the question is going to be, is it going to be CSP plus molten salt technology, or is it going to be PV plus batteries? One thing that is very clear today is that CSP, concentrated solar power, it cannot compete with solar PV unless, there is the requirement of storage, because CSP is much more expensive than solar PV. So this project, they got the record, that was in 2013, 36 consecutive days generating nominal power. So this plant is 19.9 megawatt, and they kept, for 36 consecutive days running on nominal power, only with solar energy. That was amazing at that time. So this is because of the energy storage and the advancement of the technologies. Another project that I selected from our portfolio is this hybrid commercial project that we did in Saint Vincent and the Grenadines. This was our first hybrid commercial project. It was 600 kilowatt PV plus a lithium-ion battery of 637 kilowatt hour. So that project was able to, reduce the consumption of the island in terms of diesel fuel. The island is saving, $500,000 US every year and about 320,000 liters of diesel. We've done more projects like this, and this was done as part of the UAE Caribbean Renewable Energy Fund, in partnership with the Abu Dhabi Fund for Development and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Another project, more recent, this is in collaboration with EDF, a project in the US. This is one of the 8 projects as per a portfolio that we have with EDF renewables in the US, totaling 1.6 giga. In this project specifically, we have 128 megawatt of PV and 40 megawatt battery for 4 hours. So it's 160, 4 times 40, 160 megawatt hour. This plant is operational since 2020 and provides electricity in California, which is roughly like the average consumption of 64,000, homes there. This is a very nice project. It's a very complicated project because it's not only about solar PV and storage. We need to create the grid there, basically. Amala, I don't know if you heard about it. Amala is a wellness destination in Saudi Arabia. Is a bit, if you know Neom, this area, so this is where Amala is going to be, next to the Red Sea. And this is just a destination for luxury, VIP. And they want to have everything powered with renewables. So this is 24/7, it has to be provided by renewables. We won the project. We are gonna start pretty soon with the construction. It's a fully off-grid system, which means we have to have the capability to form the grid, to build the grid. We have to provide all the ancillary services, frequency, voltage control, everything. The power generation is composed of a solar PV plant of 230 megawatt, a battery of 700 megawatt hour. There is an internal combustion engine of 40 megawatts, but this is limited to use only biofuels, biodiesel, and we can only use maximum 5% during the year. So there is a limitation. Why we have an internal combustion engine is because by having only 5% capability of generating from this engine, it reduces considerably the amount of battery that you need, because you always need to plan for the worst case, which is maybe you might have 3 consecutive days with no sun at all, and then the batteries will have to be extremely big in capacity to accommodate 24/7 generation for 3 days. So on those days, if it's only 3 days compared to 365 days, then this is how we do the analysis, and then we require maximum 5% of the internal combustion engine, which is a genset. Also in this project, we have to build the transmission line, medium voltage distribution. So it's a very complex project, and we're going to be probably developing this kind of projects, in the future as well. This is another project in Uzbekistan, and I think this is the last slide, if I'm not mistaken. We have a couple of projects there. Bukhara, which is a 250 megawatt PV plant with 126 megawatt hour battery, and Gusar, which is a bit larger in the PV side, 300 megawatt, and the battery 75 megawatt hour. So here is basically short duration, as you can see. The discharge rate is 1C in one case and 0.5. I didn't mention before, but 1C means you will discharge the battery in 1 hour. So the 75 megawatt hour has a capacity of discharging at a power of 75 megawatt. So in 1 hour, the battery will be depleted. The other one at 0.5C, it means you will discharge in 2 hours. So in fact, the power of that battery is 126 divided by 2, so 63 megawatt. And I think it's important to mention that these projects, the conditions of the project are not set by Masdar. These typically are set by the owner. And it was stated that the only technology that is available or permitted to use is lithium-ion batteries. So we cannot go with any other chemistry, even if maybe other solution would be more cost competitive. We cannot deviate from the conditions. In this case, they were requesting to have up to 600 equivalent cycles per year. So this means that the battery could be cycled more than once a day, okay? And then you need to take this into account when you do all your calculations, because you need to provide the solution for the entire lifetime of the project. So you might take into account that you might need to replace the batteries at a certain point, which in this case was after 10 years. Just as a summary, some takeaways. So energy storage definitely will play a very important role in the deployment of renewable energies. We see that happening, as I mentioned before, more projects coming coupled with energy storage. Energy storage is gonna, is gonna enable the dispatchability of the renewable energy. So that's the advantage of energy storage. We'll have renewable energies, multiple terabytes in the future, but then it will be considered dispatchable thanks to the energy storage. So smart energy storage systems also offer valuable services to the grid operators. As we've seen before, all the services are of much use, especially now that there is a lot of renewable penetrations in some countries. And as what we have seen today is that the lithium-ion battery is the most cost-competitive energy storage solution. This is what we are installing in our commercial projects. If there will be another technology, we will be using it. We are very much commercially driven company. And today we see that up to 4 hours, lithium-ion battery is the winner. If the costs continue dropping as it is happening, in the last decade. Potentially, this is gonna be also the most cost-competitive solution, even for 6-8 hours. We see some projects for 8 hours where they are installing lithium-ion batteries. So this raises the question whether the other technologies, the other technologies that I presented before, like could be, I don't know, vanadium flow batteries, compressor, they are doing advance on the side, on the technology, they are more efficient, but by the time there will be the request, probably they might lose the race against the lithium-ion batteries. We will see that, time will say. So then, what I said, the technology development, this is repeating, the same thing on the lithium-ion batteries. There was a spike a couple of years ago due to the COVID, but now the battery price is dropping continuously. And we do have quite a lot of experience now investing on and developing these hybrid projects, and you will see Masdar developing similar projects in the near future. Thank you very much, everyone, for your attention. If you have any questions, please feel free. Wait, maybe wait a second for the microphone, please. On the front row here.
Thank you again. Fantastic presentation, very informative. Just a question, because storage being the main topic, I know you explained at the end about the lithium-ion battery driven by costs, but at what point would you say, is there a safety issue with lithium? Is that, whether it's in the media or whatever, and how has that been making a decision when it comes to the other options?
Yeah, that's a good question. Safety, that's a big concern, not only in the lithium-ion batteries, in other technologies as well. I could say lithium-ion battery now is quite mature, so there is a concern and there is a risk, to have maybe a fire at a certain point. That's why, in most of the solutions, especially the ones that I presented in the containerized solutions, on those systems, they have the fire prevention system already embedded. So this is part of the safety precautions that you have to take. Every country, of course, have different regulations, but we've seen that in most of them, you need to comply with those regulations in order to make sure that, if, God forbid, something goes wrong, there will be limited damages, to the asset itself and to the property. But just to maybe to add on that, as I said before, we are very much commercially driven. So we see that the lithium-ion is the most cost-competitive solution. When it comes to safety, we transfer typically that responsibility, to the manufacturer of the battery. So there are some warranties as well in order to protect ourselves. So yeah.
Just one other quick question around the concentrated solar plant.
Mm-hmm.
I know what the scale determines on how big the storage would be, or the longevity of the storage. When it comes to building a CSP, at what point does it become feasible or not feasible to do it? If you want to scale down, instead of having it for 36 days, if you want to do something smaller, is there a point where you say, it cannot be done, it should be a solar PV panel?
Okay. In this specific case, it was not built to have 36 days. It was built to have 15 hours energy storage. The thing is that in the summer in Spain, you have a lot of sun hours. You have 16 hours of sun, right? So then with the storage, you could keep running 24/7. It was not possible to do that in winter, okay? So when you do a CSP plant that has this requirement, the requirement will come from the energy storage. If there is a request of a project to have 16 hours, from our side, we will evaluate all the possibilities. We will evaluate PV plus batteries. We will evaluate CSP with the thermal energy storage. We will evaluate PV maybe with another chemistry of batteries, maybe flow batteries. We will evaluate all of them. And then the one that is more cost effective will be if we have the option to select, because again, we don't set the rules in this, unless this is a greenfield project development. But when you are in a tender participating, the rules are very clear. Typically, you cannot deviate much. If you deviate, then you need to argue and convince the owner that it's good for the project, it's good for the country to do it that way. But it's a commercial decision, basically. If you give me a project where you say, we need 16 hours, I will give you the best solution, whether it's CSP plus thermal or can be another one. That changes, every time changes the prices, sometimes goes up, goes down. What is a pity, to be honest, on the CSP, it was widely deployed in 2010, 2012. Where I come from, they have 2.4 gigawatts, so I think it's the largest country in the world, Spain, having CSP. But after that, not much happened, to be honest. And then that's why the cost could not keep dropping. On the other side, PV, everyone knows, they start installing gigawatt, and because of the economy of scale, the prices are where they are right now, below 2 cents, LCOE. You will never reach with CSP the 2 cents. Forget it. There is no chance. So that's the ugly truth, anyway. Other questions? Yes? Or here, yeah.
The mic is here, so I'll use it. My question to you is about hydrogen. There is this hype of hydrogen. There is this national plan on hydrogen. And since we're talking about storage, what is the role of hydrogen in storage? Does it have a role? And if we look at it in terms of capex and longevity of a hydrogen electrolyzer or a hydrogen storage, could that beat the price of the storage, battery storage with a lifespan of, and the life warranties of battery storage?
Very nice question, thanks. Yes, there is a connection between the green hydrogen and especially the green hydrogen, of course, and the energy storage. I would say, and this is the question I asked before to the previous speaker, where they are expecting to get to a certain price on the green hydrogen. In order to get to that price, you need to keep the electrolyzers operating as much as possible. Today, renewables, solar PV is very cheap, below 2 cents, but only during the day. Capacity factor, pretty low, right? So how can I increase that capacity factor? You can use, if you get to have cheap energy storage solution, you can increase with that, the capacity factor, and you could keep running, the electrolyzer for longer times. We have a team, we have a new vertical within Mazda that is working on the green hydrogen that was created this year. The team is looking into what is the most cost-effective solution to produce the green hydrogen. And there are different options. Of course, you could utilize energy storage solutions. They are trying to find energy storage solution that could be in the range of 5 cents, LCOS per kilowatt hour, which is very difficult with the current technologies and prices that we have today. So until that level is reached, I think the prices that were presented before about the $2 per kilogram of green hydrogen is going to be pretty difficult to reach that level. And then, of course, once you get to manufacture green hydrogen at a very low cost, then that's the source of energy, storage. You could utilize, the excess during the daytime from the solar PV, especially here in the UAE, we have a lot of solar. You could utilize that in order to store that excess into the green molecule. Why not? But it will take some time to see that happening. We are not yet there. Another question there.
Thank you for the presentation. It's an interesting topic. Some case studies shows that the BESS, that they're not really feasible in this part of the world. So my question is, what would be the alternative?
I mean, I would like to see, what they meant with not feasible. Is it technically? Is it commercially? I do believe, there are already battery energy storage, maybe not the chemistry or lithium-ion, but we do have sodium-sulfur batteries already operating at the commercial scale here in Abu Dhabi. So I don't know what you meant with that, but I don't think there is any problem. You need to evaluate the conditions on site. So definitely lithium-ion batteries, you will have a containerized solution where probably the round-trip efficiency won't be 95% because you need to cool down. So it will have more self-consumption to keep the batteries at a certain level of temperature. But that's, you need to plug into your financial model, and then, instead of having a given LCOS, the levelized cost of storage, you will have slightly higher. It doesn't mean that it's not feasible. I would say it's feasible, but what is the other option? It depends on the time, energy capacity that you require. If it's 2-4 hours, I don't think today there is anything that can compete with lithium-ion batteries. Above that, yes, probably. There might be other options as well. I think there was another last question here in the front.
Hi. My name is Caroline Kruid. I'm from the Netherlands. And I was wondering, you've shown examples of solar plants that are large and larger scale. Is there a place in the business model for building integrated solar and storage? Is that something that could be integrated in the grid here in the Middle East, or is that?
But you mean building on the buildings?
On the building, on the roof, in the facade, BIPV.
There are, if you go to Masdar City, where we have our headquarters, there are already projects. They are building, in fact, the first carbon zero neutral, building there. Well, in fact, it's our test facility. It's not carbon neutral, it's negative, I would say, because we are fully off-grid. We run perfectly, with our energy. But there is wrong, of course. This is not something that Masdar does. Let's say we are not into the building. This is now Masdar City. Now is a separate company from the end of last year, and they are looking into sustainable development. I think there was a panel before talking about all that. So they are considering all those aspects. And solar PV on the roof, definitely. BIPV as well. They are looking into how to put in the facade of the building, not only the roof, but also the facade. And in some of the buildings, in order to get, I'm sorry that I'm not an expert on that, industry, but in order to get the highest level on the Pearl, I think it's called the STDAMA system, they need to have PV on the facade. With the rooftop, they cannot get to the level to get the maximum qualification. So they are already considering that. And in fact, it's a technology, the one in the facade, that is not that expensive as many people might think. It's becoming more and more competitive, and we will see that, probably in the near future, especially in Masdar City, which they take sustainability as key for them.
Yes, but will they be part of a grid, or do you think that it will be all standalone buildings with standalone?
Everyone has to be connected to the grid.
Yes.
I don't think you will have individual off-grid buildings. You will not benefit. For that to happen, you need to change regulations as well. In other countries, I can mention my country. I have put in my roof solar. I have batteries. I run 24/7 without any need from the grid. But I have the capability to, all the excess that I have when I'm not utilizing, to put it into the grid, and I get compensated. So if you do something like that, all this will bust. Everyone will be happy to install, but if you have very low, cheap electricity price, like in here, and it's difficult to get the permit to, connect into the grid, then it's going to be difficult. But in Masdar City, they are doing it. Of course, they get the permits from ADDC to do that, and they are connected to the grid. They are not doing on silos or off-grid systems. It has to be connected to the grid, because usually the inverters that we use in the commercial scale, they are not grid-forming inverters. They cannot form the grid. They have to have the grid. And then they see the frequency of the grid, the 50 Hz, and then they put the power at the same frequency. But in the moment the grid goes out, your plant will not generate. There are, for example, the off-grid system that I mentioned before in our test facility, they have different inverters. Those are grid-forming inverters. Like in the Amala project, we will have grid-forming inverters. If for any reason the power goes out, if you are not connected to the grid, but even if you were connected to the grid, that inverter will keep running as soon as you keep energy in the battery. If the battery is depleted, alas, then there is nothing to be done. Okay, I think I took already too much time. Sorry for that, but thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, Dr. Pablo Blanco, on the insightful presentation. Now we will announce the winners in the raffle. We have Abdullah Al-Mulla and Mohammed Al-Utaybi. Please proceed to the registration area to receive your raffles. Ladies and gentlemen, we will proceed with the next presentation at 4:10. Please make sure you register to enter the raffle draw. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, let's all welcome Dr. Bart Boesmans and Mr. Punit Sharma on the stage from Siemens to address the session about enabling a carbon-neutral energy landscape.
Thank you very much, everyone. Welcome to our session. You saw very recent pictures of ours on screen. This is us in real. Welcome to a very important topic we want to talk about. I mean, we're all around sustainability here at Wetex and COP coming up. So the question that always comes up, if you want to enable that carbon neutral future on the energy systems, well, at some point you need to integrate a lot of renewables into the grid. And this is what we want to talk about today, Punit and myself. Myself, I'm heading a business unit at Siemens for Middle East called Grid Software. So we focus on anything of software around grids, from control centers to planning software to metering, meter data management software. And Punit, maybe you want to introduce yourself?
Hi, this is Punit Sharma. I'm Regional Sales Manager for Siemens, taking care of renewable business for electrification and automation. So anything related to automation and electrification of the renewable part, including PV, solar, microgrids. Yeah, Ralph.
One disclaimer at the beginning, the presentation and the topics we're going to talk about are not ultimately only for UAE. We're going to take a more global perspective. Some of the concepts apply one-to-one also to the energy landscape in Dubai and UAE. Some concepts around microgrids, perhaps a bit less, or maybe to come in the future. But again, we want to take a global perspective because the challenges of integrating renewables is definitely a global problem. I think we all know these headlines, right? Nowadays, the business we're in I find it a pretty cool place to be in because it's at the core of the whole change that's happening in the world towards a more sustainable future, right? The energy systems need to decarbonize, and it's a race of how fast we can make that happen. And nowadays, this is not just an energy problem, it's also more and more becoming an industrial problem because we see many countries in the world where new industrial projects cannot be connected to the grid because the grids are simply full and cannot sustain any more connection requests. And the problem is getting even more once we look at the economy behind renewable generation. Right? I think Diwa has a world record here, just 20 kilometers further here into the desert, around how cheap electricity can be generated nowadays. So everybody's moving in this direction. In Europe and US, you see a lot of also small-scale renewables being integrated or being added individually, sometimes known, sometimes unknown to the grid operator. So the complexity of what we're looking at is increasing, and the speed at which this is happening is increasing. So nowadays, the factor of being able to provide green energy stable and reliably is an economic factor, right? So industries come or do not come if you can or cannot provide this. So with this, I mean, what does that actually mean, right? If we look at the numbers, it basically says that we need to prepare for a doubling to potentially tripling or even quadrupling the grid capacities in the next 10 to 20 years. And now give this a thought, what that actually means. The grids across the world have been built up over the last 100 years. And now we're saying that we need to do the same thing and even more within the next decade. And this is really something where, yeah, I think we need to pause to let that sink in, what that means, because we are so used to reliable electricity that if we do not manage to make this happen, we might need to change our habits a little bit. So this is really a global problem, that we have a bottleneck in the grids and in how fast they can cope with adding more renewables to them. So we're doubling grid capacity through increase of electricity consumption, through adding, at the same time, we're adding more and more EV chargers, we're adding more storage capacities, we're adding more renewable generation, small-scale units, so the distributed energy resources that play a part in the grid. And we're doing all of this on infrastructure that's very old. And at the same time, the regulators are trying to catch up, so all of this is changing at the same time, and the investments are flowing into this, right? So we're doubling this. Oh, sorry. There's investments coming, right? $21 trillion. I mean, I don't know, it's very hard to imagine this number, but it's very big. That is going into these grids all at the same time. So what the complexity of running such grids to an operator means, this is something that DIWA is definitely facing a lot of discussions. All of the grid operators in the world need to deal with this, and they need to deal with it fast. So with this exponential increase of participants in the market, and especially of renewable energy units, we're facing a problem that the way to control a grid and to run a grid needs to change significantly. Right? And this is really at the heart of what a utility has been doing over the last decades. Right? So from a centralized system to a clustered system, again, UAE is a bit different still, right? But we're basically flipping everything over that was established knowledge and established expertise over the last decades. And this is really a perfect storm. A perfect storm for the utility industry across the world, on transmission level, and especially on distribution level, where the complexity increases so rapidly. So what to do, right? One element to cope with the speed at which this needs to happen is we really need to think this completely different. It's not like we have to forget everything that we've been doing, but we definitely need to radically look at the fundamentals of how grids are planned, how grids are operated, and how they're maintained and optimized. And this is where now, of course, in a more digital world, the only way we can do this at this necessary speed is we need to increase the amount of intelligence and automation that software provides to come towards a vision of an autonomous grid. Now, autonomous grid is a very big word, right? Many people understand different things under this. I mean, the ultra vision, I think, is that everything runs completely without any human interaction. Of course, will this happen in the next 10 years? No. This is such a complex system, you can't just automate everything. But the amount of automation, the amount of intelligence to cope with these changing environments in grids definitely needs to take a lever on the digital side. And so, what does that mean? It means using software, and we're going to show some examples in just a second, to deal with that complexity. I mean, no human can make an optimization across 20,000 grid participants of small-scale generation units, when to dispatch which of them. This is something that needs to be optimized on a larger scale. You need much more computational power. You need IT expertise, which traditionally is not the core domain of a utility company. Right? So we need software also to use more of what we have. Right? I mean, the infrastructure that is existent usually is run with a lot of contingency and a lot of safety factors to maintain it stably. But with the speed at change at which electricity consumption is increasing, well, there's also a factor of using software to go closer to the existing limits so that we can make use of what we have while extensions are being incorporated and implemented, which are usually projects of several years. We want to reduce technical losses because, again, this also caters to the fact of making more electricity available to the end users. And, well, the extensions that I just alluded to, they need to be properly planned with a good prioritization of investments of these $21 trillion by 2050. So right now, and this is where it flips over, right now everything is quite manual. It's supported by a lot of software already, of course, a control center that we see nowadays. But when we talk about autonomous grids, this really needs to change into flipping this around of the software operating it with the support of human expertise, which you will not get rid of. And this is, I'm talking of control centers, but I'm also talking about at grid level, or let's say at field level, in terms of how you control individual units far away in the grid. And we're going to get to some examples in just a second. So ultimately, what we see the need for ultimately we see the need for putting together and converging the traditional OT space with the IT space and coupling, and these are just various elements that you need to consider in order to run such a grid. They need to come together, right? And this IT perspective needs to increase. Otherwise, I can tell you we really need to get used to blackouts and other very severe things that hit entire economies. Now let's go into some examples, because this is a rather general introduction into what's happening in the space. So let's look at two examples. And one example we want to show is from bottom up, so from field level. What can software do to optimize individual units within a grid? It could be islands, it could be campuses, it could be industrial complexes, microgrid topic, which Puneet is going to talk about. And then I'm going to take it back and ramp up with two examples, a top-down on control center level. How can we enable more renewables to be added to the grid? So please, handing over to Puneet.
Thanks, Ralph. No, very well said, actually. When we talk about the stable grids, it cannot be only we cannot talk only about the grids. We have to see the other side of the system also. So I'm going to talk about the microgrids and the PV renewable generation. So if you see, there are renewable sources like PV and wind generation, which is there, but there are some pros and cons of each system. And so that's how we talk about the hybrid system. Hybrid systems are there where you pick and choose different technologies, you merge it together. I mean, I can give you one example of hybrid tomatoes, let's say. So you take the good points of one breed and another breed, and you mix the technology. Same can be done for the renewable generation also. So if you see the example here, we are talking that, okay, PV is there, but PV is having its own fluctuating nature. So to have a stable grid, we need to add the storage also. This storage can come from the hydro or battery storage system. And then you can have a hybrid system, which is more stable, more precise. And I mean, from the grid operator perspective, they really like to have, because they were working on conventional big power plants. So they really need to have something which is precise. They can forecast that how much generation is going to happen. This is how a hybrid generation can provide. Yeah, so I'll take this example. This is Srindom Dam in Thailand, very good example. And if you see, this was the worst when it was done in 2021. This was world's largest hydro and floating solar project at that point of time. And the main idea behind any microgrid, or let's say the hydro and floating plant, is to give stabilization to the system, to the grid. So if you see this example, the picture itself talks about that you can compress renewable energy into the places. I mean, on the water, if you are going for floating PV plants, you are not touching the farmlands, let's say, or other areas which are difficult to manage. So you are having generation of hydro, I mean the storage of hydro, and you will have the PV generation. So in this particular case, let's say, we were having around 45 megawatt of floating PV and 3 turbines of 12 megawatts, so 36 megawatt of hydro generation. And the idea was to give stabilization to the grid, to give precise generation forecasting to the grid, so that the grid operator can plan. And as Ralph was mentioning, for a grid operator to have a resilient and a stable grid operator, you need plants which are more stable, more precise, and you can forecast that how much you are going to generate. So these are some of the examples. I mean, and the good point is the technology is enabling you to add more intelligence to the microgrids also now. So in this particular case, if you see, the water management system was integrated into the system, plus you can forecast. So now, adding forecast into the system, you can plan more precisely. If you see, if you compare the examples here, I mean, hydroponic vertical farms are a very good example here. So there are areas where you have fresh water, but the grid is not there. Let's talk about UAE also. So for that, to take the grid up to that point, it's not that easy because you have to lay cables and all that. So what can be done? You can have a microgrid, hybrid microgrid with PV and battery storage. And there are very good examples and success stories in UAE for the hybrid plants. Now, if you see the life cycle of a microgrid project or a plant, so there are 4 phases of any project, let's say. So first is the simulation services. This is the planning phase. When you are planning your system, you can do simulation, you can plan that what would be the sizing of the system. Based on the simulation, then the implementation phase comes. So whatever you are getting from the simulation, these parameters, you can feed into the controllers directly, and then you will reduce the life cycle or the time you are spending in implementing the project. That is the second part of it. Third part is the performance analytics. In that 3 to 6 months, you observe the plant, you get the data, and the last phase is the consulting phase, where you match the data with what you have done the simulation in the beginning. And if there are some adjustment needs to be done, these adjustment can be done at that point of time. So this is the perspective from the plant side, I mean the renewable generation side. Now Ralph will talk about again some areas for the grid.
Thank you, Punit. So basically the examples that Punit was talking about is bottom up, right? So there's intelligence that is needed to control as much as you can on the local level of integrating renewables with storage and the grid. So what I'd like to get back to now is more from a top-down perspective. Again, where optimization beyond the possibilities and capabilities of a human mind need to come into play. And the examples I'd like to talk about, the first one is an energy market management system. Right? So this is the example that was implemented, is running in California. So this is one. I'd just like to talk a bit about the dimensions of what such a system does. So such a system basically determines, based on an optimization of all market players, of all generation capacities that could be generating, it determines what is the cheapest or most effective unit that needs to be dispatched. And so, of course, you can now optimize that in many ways. You can optimize that to reduce CO2. You can optimize that to reduce cost on the operator. You can do that to reduce the contingencies of failure. But basically, it's an optimization system that then can choose to run with more renewables and keep the brown fossil generation out of the grid as much as possible. And if you take this, so this is economically makes a lot of sense, right? There's a market basically in California where all the different generators can play with. So you also incentivize them to generate as cheaply as possible. It saves the population and the society a lot of money as well, and it keeps the grid stable and as green as possible. Now in UAE we have a very different situation, or also in Middle East in general we have a very different situation. We do not have an energy market as such yet. However, these systems can also be used to provide, let's say, a flexibility management system, right? Because instead of thinking of only generation units trying to participate, renewable generation units against fossil generation units, you can also think about mechanisms where storage units, microgrids, generation units, EV charge point units compete against how to best provide the cheapest and greenest way to cope with flexibility needs in a grid or in an element of a grid, right? So let's say you have a storage system that could provide, by decharging, it could provide a certain amount of generation, so to say, or of energy to the grid. You also have other storage systems that might need to take out energy from the system. You have generation units, you have EV chargers that could be providing energy or not, right? So you then have a very complex system which you can then optimize to keep the grid as stable as possible and as green as possible. The other example is on distribution level, an advanced distribution management system, right, with applications that enable the uptake of renewables as much as you can. So this is now not an optimization problem as I just alluded to the previous example, but this is a system which has applications which are designed to optimize and, to increase the available renewable energy into the grid. So this is being done by the points that I mentioned earlier in today's presentation around reducing losses so that more renewables can be pulled through the grid rather than the energy that anyhow would be lost, right? So you're opening up capacities for renewables to come in. There's also fault reduction so that you can maximize the amount of power that is carried through the grid, and you have automatic switching operations, etc., automatic reconfigurations of the grid to enable that. So this is state-of-the-art technology, but this is not the end step, right? This is just what is being done today. I think the examples that we showed are in operation, can be used for that, but if we go further, it definitely needs to increase. And this is again coming to the point we made in the beginning. We have to think the way of grid planning, operation and maintenance completely different, and relying much more on technology than we have in the past to enable this uptake of renewables that we all need in order to get into that sustainable future that we want. So thank you very much. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much.
On your mind. Thank you. Any questions, please? I think it's coming.
Hi. My question is for the beginning of the presentation when you were talking about the overwhelming grid that's going to be double in the capacity. So we've just saw Masdar presentation, and there's electric companies now in business of building a Masdar cities or smart cities and things like that. Question from the consumer side and from ethics side. So if the company controls the grid and they want access to smart homes and residential areas, how much of that actually will be permissible to, I mean, it's understandable that if you gain the access of that, you could prevent the spikes on the grid and keep it to the within the threshold, so it wouldn't go bust, yeah? Like in Texas, I'm from Texas, so we had this a couple of years ago. But the tendency of that, the smart cities and in residential areas, they're talking about, oh, we'll save you some money on the cost of electricity, let me have access to your appliances. So that's my questions of a question of the ethics and regulations, because I don't think we have that yet addressed, so I'm into that. So what do you take on that as people that control the grid, so building them, and where we stand on that? Thank you.
So in my opinion, but again, this is a very subjective question, so I mean, feel free to quote me, but this is my personal opinion. As long as the user has the freedom to engage or not to engage, I think there's not much of an ethical problem, right? Because you would then assume that people only engage if they see enough benefit to doing so. Coming from a technical perspective, from a grid, the impact that you can generate by this is immense. I mean, one individual person, maybe not, but doing this 100,000 times is a critical mass that is equivalent to a generation unit, to a power plant, to a coal-fired power plant, for example. And so the impact on sustainability and on cost to society can be immense. Right? So I think in my opinion, the advantages outweigh concerns. My opinion. Does that answer your question?
In some ways, yes. I understand the advantages. I'm just was concerned about the privacy of the because the tendency of that will be, oh, we're having a spike, so everybody comes down to say heating from 72 degrees or Fahrenheit. I'm from Texas again, to
go to 69 or 70. And across the board, yes, the benefits are phenomenal, but as a consumer with intrusion of that, where do I go with that? So that's I think it's the regulatory issue more than anything else in the ethical issues. So thank you for your answer. I appreciate that.
Sorry, I was also going to ask a question. I mean, one question in reference to the prosumers, right? So people who are having their own PVs on their houses and simply, give net power to the grid, not being a consumer but a prosumer. And I understand that you are presenting here the overview, which is somehow reflecting what Siemens is selling, right, for the product as a product for the market. My question is, because you were showing us those solutions where different sources are being prioritized, right? When you were saying green energy, instead of fossil and so on, is your company capable of taking into consideration also a single point of prosumers within your system, or you are somehow designing your product only to the big power plants, which are giving you the particular set of the power, which is foreseeable, and which is not the case in reference to the prosumers.
Yeah. So the example we showed was for a regulated open market, let's say. So it's only for licensed market participants who have a certain threshold of generation and power and energy capacity, basically, that can play. But this depends on the regulation, right? So the technology can also handle very small scale units. So it depends on the market regulation which you apply it to. In California, there are certain thresholds, so it's not everybody can participate, but a lot. But that depends. The technology can go down to much smaller scale as well.
If I can add on that, Ralph, if you talk about the small scale, let's say rooftop solar panels, people are putting on their homes. For that, you don't need to have big controllers or control systems to connect it to the grid, because your inverters are capable of, hybrid inverters are capable of connecting and managing. And this is between you and utility, that whether they will do net metering and what are the regulations in the country for that. Yeah. But for the bigger systems where the multiple sources like wind power, hydro, PV, battery storage, this is involved. Then you need obviously a control system which can manage the different sources, which can, all these sources can run in sync. So for that purpose, you need a control system. And that is the technology which is there.
Just in reference to that, because we saw two different pictures, like centralized and decentralized, right?
Correct.
So when we're talking about the decentralized, and you are talking about, having this opportunity to prioritize, okay, what are the different sources of the power which are in the grid, right? Within the centralized, it's quite easy, right? But if you have decentralized, then it means that you need to cooperate with other, software, which is probably not that, compatible. I mean, they are not working on the same way as your products, right? So this is also a challenge. And I was going to a very, very low, let's say, example when I was talking about single people, giving a power to the grid as a prosumers. And this is why I was, wondering how far your technology can answer that. But thanks to your answer, I understand it is possible to adjust somehow, of course, taking into consideration that you are more centralized, because in decentralized landscape is much more difficult. Right?
Flexibility is there in the technology to go up to any level. Yeah. How much sense it will make commercially, that we need to see.
And our philosophy is definitely not to closing this off to Siemens products, right? So it's the opposite, actually. Our philosophy is to opening this up. There's standard APIs to the software that we make, so that you can interoperate between other vendors, own systems, and Siemens products. So it's never going to work with one vendor alone. Okay, thank you very much. Thanks for your time. Thanks for coming.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ralph Blumenthal and Mr. Punit Sharma. Now we will announce the raffle draw winners. We have Abdullah Shahi and Engineer Salim Khalab. Please proceed to the registration area to receive your vouchers. We will proceed with the next presentation at 4:50. Please make sure you register at the registration area to enter the raffle. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, let's all welcome Mr. Nicholas Cotro, SAP Sustainability Principal in UAE, Oman, Qatar, from SAP, to highlight more on the road to automated sustainability measuring and accounting. Let's welcome Mr. Nicholas on stage with us.
Move the slides forwards. Here. Does it work? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Nicholas. I'm based out of Dubai. I work for SAP. I'm the sustainability principal for the country, as well as Qatar and Oman. What is sustainability accounting? It is the act of collecting the relevant data to perform sustainability reporting, right? And to understand how your business is impacting the environment and society. So first of all, we want to define sustainability. And if we're going to embark into a sustainability initiative and sustainability accounting as a business, we want to do so with regards to the frameworks that everybody looks up to. One of them is the World Economic Forum. It was actually one of the first with regards to sustainability definition. It revolves around 4 pillars: the planet, the people, prosperity, and governance. And there are sub-divisions and items within those divisions. Another one that is well known, if you've been to Expo, you've seen those little labels in some places. The UN Sustainable Development Goals framework revolves around 17 categories. The most important one for companies today, and that's because 80% of the largest companies actually use this one, is the Global Reporting Initiative. The Global Reporting Initiative is more detailed, and it provides a lot of guidelines to understand how businesses are performing against sustainability standards and expectations. Why am I saying this? Doing sustainability accounting is extremely difficult. It requires a lot of data, which is scattered across all IT landscape within a company. Because the data is so scattered and that companies have very, very limited resources to actually collect this data, then having to be able to be compliant with those frameworks is another roadblock. And in fact, people have to be compliant because the road to compliance with regards to sustainability is a huge step onwards towards meeting this objective of remaining beneath the 1.5 degrees increase of temperatures versus pre-industrial levels. If we don't do that, by the way, by 2050, the best scientists in the world don't know exactly what's going to happen in terms of the mass extinction. So this is a real problem. For those of you who are familiar with Scope 1, 2, and 3, what I'm going to say next is has no bearing. However, for those of you who don't know what Scope 1, 2, and 3 is, then it's time to learn about it because COP28 is around the corner and happening right here in Dubai. Scope 1 are the direct emissions that your business is responsible for as per their assets. For example, if your company has vehicles, company cars, their emissions are your responsibility as Scope 1. And no one else is responsible for those except your company. Scope 2 are the indirect emissions from electricity that you buy from the grid, typically. So in this city, DIWA is going to give you your Scope 2 emissions most of the time. Now, Scope 3 is the real deal. And that's quite a shame because Scope 3 is where most companies stop and don't do it because it's so difficult. Scope 3 are the indirect emission from upstream and downstream operations. Say, for example, I'm a company that manufactures cookies. I import raw materials from several sources and suppliers. I'm responsible for the carbon emissions of those raw materials that I import. So I have to collaborate with my suppliers to understand what are those emissions. If I don't do that, then I miss out on Scope 3 accounting. For some companies, and most of them, Scope 3 accounting is more than 70% and sometimes up to 90 or 95% of their emissions. So we have to account for it. Now, we've talked about a few frameworks. We've talked about Scope 1, 2, and 3 accounting. We've talked about the necessity to do reporting. And now it gets even more complex because those regulations change all the time. And when you have to be compliant with regulations that are changing every year and that change in several countries at the same time, and some new countries or some countries develop new regulations that you also have to be compliant with because your business exports to those countries or does activities in those companies, it becomes quite a hassle. So what do we need? We need capabilities in softwares to automate the collection of the data, to assign it to the right boxes and put it in the right frameworks so that we can be compliant very quickly and without too much effort. That way, when we have released a lot of the pressure that is sitting on the ESG teams currently responsible for that exercise, when they have so much more time, suddenly they can take action and make a difference. The UAE has a well-established plan. The Green Agenda was published in 2015 and defines where we have to be in 2030. The Climate Action Plan was released in 2017, 2 years after, and explained exactly what needs to be done by 2050. Some of the steps and milestones that we have to meet by 2030 are displayed in the middle here, also that we can become, as a nation, net zero by 2050. This is super ambitious and very difficult. This means that the public sector and the government cannot achieve it on its own. So everybody, every business now, and particularly in the context of COP28, is expecting regulations in the years to come and possibly in 2024. There can be different forms to those regulations, but the common denominator is going to be compliance and the need to be able to report, to produce annual ESG reporting for every business, so that the government can understand and the public can understand which companies are performing well from that perspective and which are those that should improve. So if we take a look at what has been achieved, and this is just a sample with regards to the roadmap to sustainability for the UAE, and again, there is so much more in there, but I've selected a few. The Green Agenda in 2015, if we take that as a starting point, and then the National Climate Action Plan in 2017. And then in the years that have followed, a number of regulations have impacted the Dubai exchange market, the companies listed on it, and the Abu Dhabi exchange market as well. But in 2022, something very interesting has happened as well. Many companies have pledged towards a more responsible way of doing business and to cut their carbon emissions. This was done in the press, and this was done in front of the Ministry of Climate Change and Environment. So this was quite binding for those companies. Now you can see those big names, you know all of them probably, and that means that the country is really taking steps toward becoming more sustainable, including the private sector. Now we are right around the corner of COP28, which is happening and starting on the 28th of November. So I encourage you all to go to Expo site in the Green Zone and understand what companies and governments are doing in that space. We expect new regulations to come. Like I said, the government and the public entities cannot achieve this alone. They need the private sector to take their share of the burden with regards to sustainability. To finish on establishing the lay of the land for the UAE, His Excellency Dr. Sultan Ahmed Al-Jaber, Minister of Industry and Advanced Technology, Managing Director and Group CEO of Abu Dhabi National Oil Company, is going to be the chairman for the COP28, which is something quite important for the country, and a man who can really make a difference. So again, private sector, in this case also publicly owned, is going to take steps toward becoming more sustainable. ADNOC is one of those companies that invest the most this year in sustainability. Now, all of this is extremely difficult, and I've started to explain why. You cannot improve what you cannot measure. That's a fact. But it's extremely difficult to improve and to measure because it's difficult to collect the ESG data, which is sitting everywhere. Right? If we talk about my cookie factory, we need to understand the emissions related to procuring milk and maybe flour and maybe cocoa and maybe the transportation related to all of that. And then the emissions related to the buildings and the corporate buildings and the facilities where the production takes place. And then the downstream activities to get the cookies to the stores. That's a lot that we need to account for. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. Then even if we manage to gather a lot of data Usually it needs to be enriched. To go back to my example of a manufacturing company, I import, say, 2 tons of raw material X. That's a quantity. I know the cost, but I don't know the carbon emissions related to that. To understand that and to know that, I need an emission factor. Whenever I import this amount of product, this is the amount of carbon that is released. When I have that, I can do that multiplication, and I can do that at scale, and every single time I buy. That's called enriching the data. We turn operational data into sustainability data. Another pitfall is the lack of consistency in methods. Large businesses are going to request many divisions, different divisions, to do sustainability accounting. What if they all go their separate ways and start to account for that sustainability in different ways? That's not solving anybody's problem. Why? Because then we're not comparing apples with apples anymore. And that becomes even more tricky when companies don't use the same methods either. Hence the requirement to follow those frameworks that I've mentioned before. And finally, and I've said that before, Scope 3 emissions are very, very difficult to account for and often overlooked, and they account for about 80% of the cake. So very, very important to do them. Okay, we understand what are the regulations, what are the frameworks, what is sustainability, what is accounting, and what is the challenge around it. I work at SAP, we're a software company, and we publish softwares for businesses. Our solution can help in that space, and they help in the following way. All of our solutions for sustainability follow the following framework: record, report, and act. Of all the companies that I've talked to in the past 3 or 4 years now, record is where they really need help. They need help to automate the collection of data. They need help to automate the enrichment of that data. They need help to understand where the data is and how can we make sure that it comes together in one single place so that we can account for sustainability and understand our footprint. Report is difficult, but not as much as record. Report is all about matching or mapping all that data that we've collected and enriched to the frameworks, so that whenever I make a cookie in my factory, all the carbon emissions are mapped to the relevant items within each framework. The World Economic Forum framework, the Global Reporting Initiative, the TCFD, you name it. All of that needs to be done automatically, because otherwise you're going to need to hire an army of people to do that reporting. Once we've automated the recording and the reporting, we've freed up so much time in the hands of our ESG team that they can finally take meaningful action. And this is further reinforced with the fact that the reporting step brings a lot of visibility into how the business is performing. We've got a set of analytics that help us to understand where we need to take action to make a real difference. So the action is not only feasible because people now have time to do it, because they're not stuck in compliance and reporting, but it's also possible because people know where to act and where are the low-hanging fruits that they can actually pick to make a difference. So we have a set of solutions. I'm going to start with the control tower, and that's where we do the accounting at the high level to understand at the corporate level how well we're performing. The solution looks like this, could look like this. So we have all those different KPIs that need to be measured as part of sustainability. And by the way, sustainability is bigger than just the environment. It encompasses waste reduction. It encompasses social aspects such as the diversity and inclusion, the number of new hires, the number of accidents within the organization, the spendings in research and developments, and so on. All of this needs to come together as part of sustainability accounting. Here we have a typical example of record, report, and act. And as of today, we are already compliant with the GRI, Global Reporting Initiative, World Economic Forum, the TCFD, the AU taxonomy, and whenever the UAE is going to release those new laws and compliance requirements, we will make sure to be compliant with them as well. The control tower gathers and collects the data automatically from the relevant sources. It enriches it. Then it maps the relevant data to the relevant frameworks. and then allows people to take action because they gain the visibility that they need to know where to take action. I'm going to spend time on the integration process, the recording, because this is what really poses the main challenge for all the people that we talk to. Automate the data collection, utilizing APIs, so that all the data comes together without any effort into the relevant system. We always need to keep track of where the data came from and to leave a stamp in every system so that we can trace it back. Because when we're audited, we need to be able to explain where the data came from. And finally, we want to hit the ground running with this by using predefined data models to make sure that when companies start their journey in sustainability, they don't waste time because the systems needs to be completely configured. But on the other hand, or on the contrary, the systems come with a lot of things that are pre-configured so that they can just plug and play. I've talked about the mapping of the data to the relevant framework, so I'm not going to expand on that again. Those are, at the moment, the different metrics. That was July 2023, so there are a couple more today. But those are the GRI metrics that we can follow today and be ready out of the box to help companies be compliant with. So those are quite a lot, and those are the main ones as of today. And finally, with regard to taking action, usually sustainability action takes the form of projects and initiatives. So we bring project management capabilities and with a flavor of sustainability into the systems. We make sure that we can also, after we've come up with all that data about sustainability, we want to push that data into the applications that your colleagues use on a day-to-day basis. I'll give you an example. You're a company that plans for supplies, and the supply planner every day makes a replenishment plan for products. Well, with this, not only he can see or she can see the quantities that need to be procured, but also the carbon footprint. And you can set targets and alerts whenever that amount of carbon footprint raises above a certain threshold. The system will inform the planner that he needs to contact the ESG team and the procurement team so that alternatives can be looked into. The sustainability footprint management looks at a problem that companies have when it comes to Scope 3 accounting. The sustainability footprint management looks at moving from averages to actuals. One of the pitfalls of sustainability accounting is that companies tend to report based on average, and average are not very accurate. Instead, because we combine the core of SAP, which is a system of record, we combine that with carbon emissions, we're now in a position to go back from the bottom and then build up the report. So that makes it a lot more accurate and stronger. I'm going to skip that. This is one screenshot of the system where we see on the left-hand side the inputs to manufacturing, those cookies that I've been talking about, and then in the middle, the production, and then we have different types of cookies as an output. And those different cookies have different footprints based on the different steps of production, the different ingredients that come into them. So in process industries, where the raw material are lost in the process of manufacturing, we can also help to account for the greenhouse gas emissions, even though the raw materials disappear within the process. A typical architecture for an IT landscape for sustainability accounting could be to record the scope 1, 2, and 3, to record the hazardous waste and environmental incidents, tracking of work-related incidents on individuals, and then HR data and governance data can be captured directly from the ERP. We then automatically bring all that data into the control tower, where everything comes together. All the sustainability data is in one place. It takes the shapes of analytics and charts that help to make decisions, but it's also mapped to all the relevant frameworks, which I've named a few here. And then we push back the data into the business application so that the ESG team is not alone in trying to fix the situation, but they're also helped by the business users on a daily basis, since they now have the data at their fingertips. We also have a possibility to implement green supply programs within the companies that we talk to. So we give access to companies to a network of suppliers that have high ESG ratings all across the globe to make sure that people partner with companies that can actually make a difference or actually are interested in making a difference. So this is called ethical sourcing, and this guarantees that at least your supply chain operates in a sustainable way. So in a nutshell, we have recording of data from various systems: HR, sensors, travel applications, processes application, material movement is a very big one, procurement and asset. We enrich that data as step B, leveraging emission factors to make sure that our operational data here becomes sustainability data. We transform quantities into carbon emissions. Step C, we perform bottom-up calculations and aggregation or top-down allocation, wherever relevant. We can reassign all those carbon emissions to the different departments of a company to understand who's doing what and who's contributing. And step D is where the mapping to the different frameworks and the actual sustainability accounting and the audit readiness becomes apparent. The final step is taking action and pushing the sustainability data into the business applications so that the different stakeholders within the organization become more knowledgeable about sustainability and what the organization is trying to achieve, but they can also take part in it by changing their way of doing business, their way of planning for supplies, their way of procuring, and so on and so forth. Actually, we have a number of real-life implementations. In Germany, we have a company called Salzgitter who is making steel. Steel is a very complex industry to decarbonize because it's so energy intensive. Thanks to the SAP solutions, they've gained the relevant visibility and they've gained so much time that by 2025, they should be able to create the first ever climate neutral steel. Another one is Navantia, which is a Spanish state-owned company that makes ships, including military ships. They have embarked into a sustainability accounting journey with us to report on the scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions of carbon, but also on their other sustainability metrics, such as their social impact, waste that they generate, the water discharge and storage that they manage. With that, I'd like to thank you for your attention. I'm Nicholas. I'd like to take any question if you have any, and yep, I hope this was instructive for you. Yep. You have a question?
Hi, thank you for the presentation. I just had a quick question on when companies have large amounts of data, how are you able to filter all these information into making it the dashboard and inserting it into the software like you've shown here?
Right. So thank you for that question. So actually, SAP is a big player in the software industry, and we've been working for decades now on improving the database capabilities to crunch data and to create those reportings that make it easy to read the data, to feed into the data. So we have analytical capabilities that are going to collect, and then the amount of data that can be put into those databases and be crunched by it and restituted in the form of analytics is almost limitless. This is an advantage of where technology is going nowadays. The IT capabilities today are so much more than 10 years ago. So yes, we are definitely in a position to do this. Now, I had a question earlier while I was at SAP booth. Somebody asked me, oh, but you capture data from sensors and so on. And I think that feeds into maybe your question, because sensors tend to create a huge amount of data, but we don't need that to do sustainability accounting. We don't need that kind of granularity, except if you're looking at highly polluting assets. We don't need sensors. What we need is to establish a systematic way of calculating emissions. So we start with operational data, which we get from the system of record, the ERP, Enterprise Resource Planning system, where all the movements of goods, for example, are stored, millions of them. And that's not a problem, because technology is there, the database are sufficiently powerful to handle it. And then we assign what I mentioned earlier, the emission factors. So here, instead of capturing real-life data from sensors, which is going to be, okay, more accurate, but we don't need that kind of accuracy, we're just doing a multiplication. Quantities times emission factors. And you just need to revise the emission factor every 6 months to make sure that it's still accurate. And then you've removed 90% of the problem in one go.
Another quick question is, do you see AI being used in your software or in the future to process these large databases?
Right, so there are lots of AI and machine learning opportunities within the software industry. This is still under development. We are trying to see how best to leverage this in the context of our sustainability solutions. So this is cooking in the kitchen, so to say. We have experience in that field. We have more than 100 solutions at SAP. Most of them utilize AI and machine learning nowadays. With regards to sustainability, what we don't want as SAP is to utilize buzzwords and just try to gaslight people into thinking that AI and machine learning are going to solve every problem. That's just not the truth. So we're utilizing AI and machine learning where it makes sense. And as of now, in our sustainability solutions, we've identified a couple ways that it could be utilized, but we want to make sure first that it's useful for the companies that are going to utilize those solutions, right? Because these are heavy technologies, so there's no point in deploying them when they're not going to be utilized. If no other question, then I'll leave you to...
Thank you, Mr. Nicholas Cottrell, for this insightful presentation. We have our last winner today in the raffle, Mr. Hani Hakim. If you're here, your voucher is with me. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for attending the sessions of the first day. We hope to see you all tomorrow in the second day of seminars. Have a nice evening. Thank you.